Today, I've prepared the biography of Sigmund Freud. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your bed, feeling the gentle weight of your blanket and the soft embrace of your pillow, allow yourself to drift into the fascinating life story of Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis. His journey from a curious young boy in Freiburg to becoming one of history's most influential thinkers is both captivating and thought-provoking. Let his story gently carry you toward peaceful slumber as we explore the mind that forever changed how we understand ourselves. Your eyelids may grow heavy as we travel back to 19th century Vienna, where Freud's revolutionary ideas first took shape. Rest easy, dear listener, as this soothing tale unfolds in the gentle quiet of a bygone era, when the world moved at a slower pace and the streets of Europe were lit by gaslight. A child was born who would one day reshape our understanding of the human mind. Sigmund Freud entered this world on May 6, 1856, in the small Moravian town of Freiburg, now known as Pribor in the Czech Republic. The soft lamplight of his parents' modest home welcomed him on that spring day, as the tender blossoms were opening and birds sang their sweet melodies in the trees outside. The Freud family lived in simple circumstances, their home a haven of warmth amid the rolling landscapes of Moravia. Young Sigmund arrived as the firstborn son to Jacob Freud, a wool merchant with kind eyes and a thoughtful demeanor, and Amalia Nathansohn, a vibrant young woman, 20 years her husband's junior. Amalia's gentle hands would cradle little Sigmund, and her soothing voice would become the soundtrack of his earliest memories, whispering stories and singing lullabies as evening shadows grew long across their small dwelling. Jacob Freud had been married twice before, and Sigmund had 2 half-brothers from his father's previous marriage. The family constellation was complex yet nurturing, a tapestry of relationships that would later influence Sigmund's theories about family dynamics and childhood development. The household was completed by a Czech Catholic nanny who cared for young Sigmund with tender attention, her presence a constant comfort in his formative years. The mid-19th century was a time of gradual change across Europe. The Industrial Revolution was transforming cities, while rural areas like Freiburg maintained their traditional pace of life. Horse-drawn carriages traveled along unpaved roads, and the rhythm of life followed the natural cycles of the seasons. In this quiet setting, Sigmund's early consciousness began to form, absorbing the sights, sounds, and sensations of his surroundings like a delicate sponge soaking up the morning dew. When Sigmund was just 4 years old, the gentle flow of his childhood was interrupted by a necessary move. Economic difficulties prompted the Freud family to leave the familiar comforts of Freiburg behind. journeying first to Leipzig in Germany, where they stayed briefly before settling in Vienna, Austria. The imperial city of Vienna would become the backdrop for most of Siegmund's life. Its grand boulevards and cultural richness eventually becoming as familiar to him as the lines on his own palm. Vienna in the 1860s was a city of contrasts, where the magnificent architecture of the Habsburg Empire stood in stark relief against the crowded apartments of working families. The Freuds found themselves living in the Leopoldstadt district, an area known as the Jewish Quarter. Their apartment was modest but sufficient, with windows that let in streams of soft light during the day and the distant sounds of the city at night. The clip-clop of horses' hooves, the calls of street vendors, the occasional melody drifting from a nearby cafe. Young Siegmund was a thoughtful child with deep, inquisitive eyes that seemed to take in everything around him. His mother Amelia doted on her firstborn son, calling him her golden Siggy, and fostering in him a sense of special destiny. This maternal devotion created a cocoon of security around the boy, allowing his natural curiosity and intelligence to blossom like flowers, opening to the warm summer sun. The Freud household gradually expanded as more children joined the family. Julius, Siegmund's younger brother, was born when Siegmund was not quite 2 years old, creating the first ripples in his position as the only child. Sadly, Julius lived only 8 months. His brief life, like a candle flame, extinguished too soon. This early encounter with loss left an impression on young Siegmund's developing mind, planting seeds of questions about life and death that would later grow into profound psychological insights. 5 sisters would eventually complete the Freud family: Anna, Rosa, Mitzi, Dolphy, and Paula. As the only boy among his surviving siblings, Siegmund occupied a special place in the family structure. His father Jacob, though not a wealthy man, invested in his son's education with the hope that Siegmund would achieve the success and stability that had eluded him. Education became a sanctuary for the bright and studious Siegmund. He attended the Leopoldstädter Communal Real Gymnasium, a prestigious secondary school where his academic gifts quickly became apparent. The classroom was a place where young Freud could shine, his mind absorbing knowledge with remarkable ease. Languages came naturally to him. He learned Greek, Latin, German, English, French, Italian, Spanish, and Hebrew, each new tongue opening doors to different worlds of thought and expression. The soft rustling of pages turning became a comforting sound for Siegmund as he immersed himself in books. Literature became his companion, with the works of Goethe, Shakespeare, and ancient Greek tragedies filling his imagination with rich tapestries of human emotion and conflict. These literary explorations planted the seeds for what would later become his psychoanalytic theories, as he recognized the universal patterns of desire, fear, and conflict that seemed to echo across centuries of human storytelling. The Freud home, though not affluent, was rich in intellectual stimulation. Jacob Freud, despite his limited formal education, possessed a curious mind and introduced his son to the Hebrew Bible, not merely as a religious text, but as a collection of profound stories about human nature. These quiet evenings of reading and discussion, with the golden glow of oil lamps casting warm shadows across their faces, created a foundation for Siegmund's lifelong quest to understand the depths of human experience. Vienna during this period was experiencing a cultural renaissance, with music, art, and intellectual discourse flourishing in its coffee houses and salons. Though the Freuds lived modestly, the atmosphere of intellectual ferment seeped into their home like the aroma of freshly baked bread. Young Siegmund absorbed this cultural richness, his developing mind nourished by the progressive currents of thought that flowed through the imperial capital. The family's Jewish heritage formed another layer of Siegmund's identity, though they were not particularly religious in practice. The experience of being Jewish in 19th century Europe meant navigating a complex social landscape where opportunities were often limited by invisible boundaries of prejudice. This outsider perspective may have contributed to Freud's later ability to observe society with a critical and detached eye, seeing beneath surface appearances to the hidden dynamics below. As Siegmund moved through adolescence, his academic brilliance continued to shine like a steady flame. At the gymnasium, he was consistently first in his class, his teachers recognizing in him not just intelligence, but a rare quality of original thinking. His classmates respected his intellect, though he maintained a certain reserve, preferring the company of books and ideas to boisterous social activities. In the quiet hours of study, with sunlight filtering through windows, or lamplight creating a circle of warmth in the evening, young Freud was building the mental foundation that would later support his revolutionary theories. The natural world also called to Siegmund during these formative years. Family outings to Vienna's surrounding countryside offered respite from urban life, with the gentle rolling hills, flowering meadows, and tranquil forests providing a canvas for contemplation. These excursions, with the soft crunch of leaves underfoot and the sweet scent of wildflowers in the air, allowed his mind to wander freely, making connections and observations that would later inform his understanding of human nature as part of the natural world. Governed by hidden forces and instincts, at 17, Siegmund faced the important decision of choosing a career path. The options for a Jewish young man of modest means were somewhat limited in 19th century Vienna. Despite his exceptional academic record, medicine emerged as a practical choice that would also satisfy his scientific curiosity. In 1873, he enrolled at the University of Vienna, one of Europe's most prestigious institutions, beginning a new chapter in his intellectual journey. The university opened new horizons for Freud, introducing him to scientific methods and research. The medical school was housed in magnificent buildings where generations of physicians had trained before him, walking through the echoing corridors, sitting in lecture halls where sunlight streamed through tall windows, and bending over laboratory tables with their mysterious equipment. Freud found himself drawn particularly to the study of physiology and neurology, the science of the nervous system under the mentorship of Ernst Bruck, a renowned physiologist. Freud spent 6 years in laboratory research, carefully examining the nervous structures of fish and crayfish. This meticulous work required patience and precision, qualities that would serve him well in his later psychological investigations. The laboratory, with its quiet focus and methodical pace, became a second home to the young medical student. The gentle bubbling of solutions and the soft scratching of pencil on paper forming the soundtrack to his developing scientific mind. During his university years, Freud's intellectual horizons expanded beyond medicine. He attended lectures in philosophy and became fascinated by the ideas of Franz Brentano, whose concepts about consciousness and intentionality would later influence Freud's thinking about the mind. The university's rich academic environment was like a garden where Freud could sample various intellectual fruits, taking what nourished his growing theories and leaving what did not serve his developing vision. Financial constraints were a constant companion during these years of study. The Freud family's modest means required Siegmund to be frugal, sometimes going without meals to purchase books or laboratory supplies. These material limitations, however, seemed to strengthen rather than diminish his resolve. Like a tree that grows stronger when faced with wind, the challenges of his circumstances helped shape his character, instilling in him a determination that would later enable him to persist in developing his controversial theories despite significant opposition. In 1881, after 8 years of study rather than the usual 5, extended due to his extensive research work, Freud qualified as a doctor of medicine. This achievement represented not just personal success, but the fulfillment of his parents' hopes, particularly his father Jacob, who had sacrificed to provide his son with opportunities he himself had never had. The proud smile on his father's face and the tears in his mother's eyes on graduation day reflected the family's collective journey, their shared investment in Siegmund's potential. Following graduation, Freud began working at the Vienna General Hospital, gaining clinical experience in various departments. The hospital was a vast institution, its corridors filled with the quiet suffering of patients and the purposeful movements of medical staff. Here, Freud encountered human affliction in all its forms, from physical ailments to the mysterious neurological and psychiatric conditions that would later become the focus of his career. It was during this period that Freud became particularly interested in the emerging field of psychiatry. The psychiatric ward, with its troubled patients, whose sufferings seemed to originate not in the body, but in the mind, presented puzzles that conventional medicine struggled to solve. Freud observed these patients with a compassionate curiosity, noting the patterns in their symptoms and behaviors, like a naturalist observing an unexplored ecosystem. In 1885, Freud received a traveling grant to study in Paris with Jean-Martin Charcot, a renowned neurologist who was investigating hysteria and hypnosis. The City of Light, with its elegant boulevards and intellectual vibrancy, opened new vistas for the young doctor. Charcot's demonstrations of hypnosis at the Salpêtrière Hospital showed that the mind could influence the body in ways that defied conventional medical understanding. Watching patients whose paralysis disappeared under hypnosis, only to return when they awakened, Freud began to formulate ideas about unconscious mental processes that would eventually revolutionize psychology. Returning to Vienna in 1886, Freud established a private practice specializing in nervous disorders. In the same year, he married Martha Bernays, a gentle and supportive woman who had waited for him through 4 years of engagement. While he established himself professionally, their home became a haven of domestic tranquility, with Martha creating a warm and orderly environment where Freud could pursue his increasingly unconventional ideas. As the soft light of evening settled over Vienna, in the quiet of his study with its comfortable chair, desk piled with papers, and shelves lined with books, Siegmund Freud began to develop the theories that would eventually become psychoanalysis, drawing on his experiences, observations, and the rich tapestry of his education. He started to map the uncharted territories of the human mind, like an explorer venturing into unknown lands, with only curiosity and courage as guides. The seeds planted in his childhood, the complex family dynamics, the intellectual stimulation, the outsider perspective, the encounters with loss, had grown into a unique perspective that would allow him to see beneath the surface of human behavior to the hidden currents below. The boy from Freiburg, who had gazed at the world with wondering eyes, had become a man determined to understand the deepest mysteries of human experience, his journey only beginning as he approached his 40th year. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle twilight of 19th century Europe, nestled within the rolling landscapes of Moravia, a child named Siegmund Freud drew his first breath in the small town of Freiburg, now known as Pribor in the Czech Republic. Born on May 6, 1856, little Siegmund entered a world rich with the intermingling of cultures, traditions, and histories that would later inform his understanding of the human mind. His family story, like a slowly flowing river, meandered through generations of Jewish ancestry, carrying with it the sediment of experiences, traditions, and wisdom accumulated over centuries. Siegmund's father, Jakob Freud, was born in 1815 in the Galician town of Tismanitz, a place where Jewish communities had established themselves over many generations. Jakob came from a line of merchants and rabbinical scholars, people who valued learning and contemplation. He was a wool merchant by trade, a gentle man with kind eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled. Jakob had been married before to a woman named Sally, with whom he had 2 sons, Emmanuel and Philip. After Sally's passing, Jakob found companionship again with Amalia Nathanson, a vibrant young woman 20 years his junior, who would become Siegmund's mother. Amalia, born in 1835 in Brody, Galicia, carried her own rich heritage. Her family had roots in the Jewish communities of Eastern Europe, where traditions were preserved like precious heirlooms, passed carefully from one generation to the next. She brought to the Freud household a warmth and energy that filled their home with life. Her dark, expressive eyes would later be inherited by her firstborn son, Siegmund. A physical connection between mother and child that mirrored their deep emotional bond. The Freud family's Jewish heritage was like a tapestry woven with threads of ancient wisdom, resilience, and intellectual curiosity. Though not strictly religious, they maintained connections to their cultural traditions, observing holidays and remembering the stories of their ancestors. These stories, shared over meals or during quiet evenings, spoke of migrations across Europe, of communities formed and dissolved, of perseverance in the face of hardship, and of the enduring value of education and ethical living. When Siegmund was just 4 years old, economic circumstances prompted the family to leave Freiburg behind. Like leaves carried by an autumn breeze, they drifted first to Leipzig and then settled in Vienna, a city that would become the backdrop for much of Siegmund's life. Vienna in the 1860s was a place of contrasts, a grand imperial capital where magnificent buildings housed the elite, while in other quarters, families like the Freuds lived more modestly. The city hummed with intellectual and artistic energy, a cultural crossroads where ideas from across Europe converged and mingled. In Vienna, the Freud family expanded like a garden in spring. Siegmund was joined by siblings Julius, who sadly lived only a few months, then Anna, Rosa, Marie, Adolphine, Paula, and finally Alexander. The small apartment they shared in the Leopoldstadt district, Vienna's predominantly Jewish neighborhood, was filled with the soft sounds of children's voices, the rustle of pages being turned, and the gentle cadence of conversations in German, the language the family had adopted as their own. Jakob Freud, despite financial struggles that ebbed and flowed like a tide, maintained a dignified presence in the household. He shared with his children, especially his firstborn son, a love for stories, biblical tales, family anecdotes, and the complex narratives of history on quiet evenings as the golden light of oil lamps cast warm shadows on the walls. Jakob would sometimes read aloud from the family Bible, his voice a soothing murmur that carried Siegmund into dreams filled with ancient kings, prophets, and the timeless wisdom of Proverbs. Amelia, with her quick intelligence and practical nature, managed the household with a blend of discipline and affection. She had a special bond with Siegmund, her golden Siggy, as she sometimes called him, in the kitchen as she prepared traditional dishes, perhaps cholent, a slow-cooked stew that would fill the apartment with savory aromas on Saturdays, or sweet rougelach pastries for special occasions. She would sometimes sing softly old melodies that connected the family to their Eastern European roots. The Freud family's traditions were a comforting rhythm in their lives, like the steady beating of a heart. On Friday evenings, as the sun dipped below Vienna's skyline, Amelia would light candles to welcome the Sabbath, their flames reflecting in the eyes of the gathered family, though not strictly observant. These moments of connection to ancient rituals provided a sense of continuity and belonging in a world that often viewed Jewish families as outsiders. During Passover, the family would gather for the Seder, the ceremonial meal that commemorates the liberation of the Israelites from slavery in Egypt. Young Siegmund, with his curious mind, would listen intently to the reading of the Haggadah, absorbing the story of Exodus and freedom. These narratives of struggle and resilience would later inform his understanding of the human condition, the universal quest for liberation from various forms of bondage, including those imposed by one's own unconscious mind. The Freud family's home, though modest, contained books that were treasured possessions. Jakob had a small collection of religious texts and secular works, evidence of the family's respect for learning and intellectual exploration. Siegmund, from an early age, was drawn to these books like a moth to a gentle flame. In the quiet hours of the afternoon, when sunlight filtered through curtains and dust motes danced in the air, he would lose himself in stories and ideas, his young mind expanding like the universe itself. Education was valued above material wealth in the Freud household, a perspective common in Jewish families of the time. Despite financial limitations that sometimes required careful budgeting, like stretching a meal to feed many mouths, Jakob and Amelia prioritized their children's schooling. Siegmund's academic abilities were recognized early, and his parents made sacrifices to ensure he could pursue his studies, believing that knowledge was a possession that could never be taken away. The family's position as Jews in Vienna meant navigating a complex social landscape. While the Habsburg Empire under Emperor Franz Joseph had granted Jews legal equality in 1867, social prejudices remained like stubborn shadows, difficult to dispel. The Freuds, like many Jewish families, developed a resilience and adaptability that would later inform Siegmund's understanding of how people cope with external pressures and internal conflicts. Family stories passed down through generations included tales of ancestors who had been scholars and merchants, people who had moved across borders and adapted to new circumstances while maintaining their essential identity. There were whispers of a great-grandfather who had been a respected rabbi, known for his wisdom and compassion. Another ancestor had been a successful trader whose roots had taken him through the diverse communities of Eastern Europe, bringing back not just goods, but stories and perspectives from different cultures. As Siegmund grew into adolescence, his relationship with his family's heritage became more nuanced, like a melody that develops complexity as it progresses. He began to question some traditions while embracing others, a natural part of forming his own identity. His father, Jakob, watched this process with a mixture of pride and concern, recognizing in his son the intellectual independence that was both a gift and a challenge. The Freud family's economic situation improved gradually as the children grew older, like a slowly rising tide. They moved to better accommodations, though still modest by Viennese standards. These homes, with their familiar sense of cooking, books, and the subtle fragrance of Sabbath candles, provided the backdrop for Siegmund's formative years. The soil in which his remarkable mind took root and flourished. Languages flowed through the Freud household like gentle currents. While German was their primary language, echoes of Yiddish could be heard in certain expressions and intonations. Some family members still understood Hebrew, the language of prayer and ancient texts. This multilingual environment cultivated in young Siegmund an appreciation for the nuances of language, the way words carry not just meaning, but emotional and cultural resonances, an awareness that would later inform his approach to his patients' narratives. Family meals were times of connection and conversation. Around the table, as steam rose from bowls of soup or plates of simple, nourishing food, the Freuds would discuss the events of the day, share stories, and sometimes engage in gentle debates about ideas. Siegmund, even as a child, was known for his thoughtful questions and observations, his mind always reaching for deeper understanding, like roots seeking water. Music occasionally filled their home, perhaps a family member playing a violin, or someone singing folk songs from the old country. These melodies, with their minor keys and emotional depth, connected the family to a cultural heritage that transcended their current circumstances. Siegmund, though not particularly musical himself, absorbed these sounds as part of the emotional landscape of his childhood. As Siegmund entered his university years, studying medicine at the University of Vienna, his connection to his family remained strong, like an anchor in sometimes turbulent waters. He would return home regularly, bringing with him new ideas and perspectives from his studies. which he would share with his father and mother. Jakob, though his formal education had been limited, had a natural intelligence and curiosity that allowed him to engage with his son's expanding intellectual world. When Siegmund fell in love with Martha Bernays, a gentle young woman from a respected Jewish family in Hamburg, it represented both a continuation of tradition and a new beginning. Martha's family, like Siegmund's, valued education and cultural refinement. Their courtship, conducted largely through letters during the years when Siegmund was establishing himself professionally, was a testament to patience and commitment, qualities that had been modeled in his parents' marriage. Returning to Vienna in 1886, Freud established a private practice specializing in nervous disorders. In the same year, he married Martha Bernays, a gentle and supportive woman who had waited for him through 4 years of engagement. While he established himself professionally, their home became a haven of domestic tranquility, with Martha creating a warm and orderly environment where Freud could pursue his increasingly unconventional ideas. In creating his own family with Martha, Siegmund drew upon the patterns he had observed in his childhood home, while also establishing new traditions. Their household, which eventually included 6 children, Mathilde, Jean Martin, Oliver, Ernst, Sophie, and Anna, became a place where intellectual curiosity was nurtured alongside emotional bonds. Like his father before him, Siegmund valued education for all his children, including his daughters, a somewhat progressive stance for the time. The cultural heritage that had been passed down to Siegmund became, in turn, part of what he passed to his own children, though his relationship with religious practice had become distant, like a shore viewed from a boat that has drifted out to sea. He maintained connections to the ethical and intellectual traditions of his Jewish background. His children grew up with an awareness of their heritage, even as they moved in the cosmopolitan circles of early 20th century Vienna. As Siegmund's theories developed and his professional reputation grew, his family remained a constant in his life, like stars that guide a traveler. His youngest daughter, Anna, would eventually follow in his intellectual footsteps, becoming a pioneer in child psychoanalysis. This continuation of his work through his daughter represented a different kind of family legacy, one built not just on shared blood, but on shared ideas and commitments. In the quiet evenings of his later years, as Siegmund sat in his study, surrounded by his collection of antiquities, small sculptures and artifacts that connected him to the ancient past, he might have reflected on the journey that had brought him from that small town in Moravia to international recognition. The influences of his family, their traditions, struggles, and strengths, had been woven into the fabric of his being, informing his understanding of how early experiences shape the person one becomes. The story of Siegmund Freud's family is like a river that flows through time, connecting generations, carrying the sediment of experiences that settle and form the landscape of a life, from the Jewish communities of Eastern Europe to the intellectual circles of Vienna, from traditional observances to groundbreaking theories. The current moved ever forward, yet always contained echoes of its source, the gentle murmur of ancestors whose lives and choices had led, eventually, to the birth of a child who would change how we understand the human mind. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the gentle embrace of the mid-19th century, little Sigismund Shlomo Freud, who would later be known simply as Siegmund, opened his eyes to a world of sensory experiences that would one day inform his revolutionary understanding of the human mind. Born on May 6, 1856, in the small Moravian town of Freiburg, now known as Pribor in the Czech Republic, Siegmund's earliest surroundings were humble yet rich, with the textures and rhythms that shape a developing consciousness. Freiburg was a peaceful town nestled in the rolling landscapes of Moravia, where the soft murmur of the Lubina River created a constant, soothing backdrop to daily life. The town itself was a tapestry of modest buildings with terracotta rooftops that caught the golden light of sunrise and sunset, creating a warm glow that bathed the cobblestone streets. In spring and summer, wildflowers dotted the surrounding meadows with splashes of purple, yellow, and white. Their gentle fragrances carried on the breeze that rustled through the leaves of ancient oak and linden trees. The Freud family lived in a simple rented room within a house owned by a locksmith. The space was modest, with wooden floors that creaked softly underfoot and windows that let in streams of dusty sunlight. The walls were adorned with simple decorations, perhaps a few family portraits or religious items that reflected their Jewish heritage. The air inside would have carried the mingled scents of cooking, candle wax, and the distinctive smell of old wood furniture polished with beeswax. Young Siegmund's days were punctuated by the gentle rhythms of a small-town existence. Morning would bring the distant calls of roosters and the soft clatter of horse-drawn carts on cobblestones as merchants prepared for the day. The town's bell tower would chime the hours, a melodic reminder of time's passage that floated through open windows. In the distance, the sounds of the blacksmith's hammer striking anvil created a metallic lullaby, regular and reassuring in its constancy. The social landscape of Freiburg was as textured as its physical one. The town was home to a mix of Czech and German-speaking residents, creating a linguistic duality that would have reached young Siegmund's ears as a complex symphony of sounds and meanings. The Jewish community, though small, maintained its traditions amidst this cultural blend, creating another layer in the rich social environment of Freud's earliest years. When Siegmund was just 3 years old, his father Jakob's, while business faced economic difficulties, prompting the family to leave the tranquil surroundings of Freiburg They journeyed first to Leipzig, where they stayed briefly before settling in Vienna, the grand imperial capital of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. This transition from a small, intimate town to a bustling metropolis would have been a profound shift in young Siegmund's sensory world. Vienna in the 1860s was a city of contrasts. Its grand boulevards and imperial palaces standing in stark relief against crowded working-class neighborhoods. The Freud family found themselves in Leopoldstadt, the second district of Vienna, known as the Jewish Quarter. Here, the streets were narrower than the grand avenues of central Vienna, creating intimate corridors where neighbors' conversations drifted through open windows and children played in small courtyards sheltered from the bustle of the wider city. Their apartment was located in a typical Viennese tenement building with a central courtyard that acted as a communal space where residents would gather, children would play, and laundry would dry in the open air. The building itself would have been constructed of stone, with high ceilings that kept rooms cool in summer, but could feel cavernous in winter. The family's living quarters were modest, with rooms serving multiple purposes throughout the day, dining areas becoming study spaces, and living rooms transforming into bedrooms as evening fell. The sensory landscape of Vienna was vastly different from the natural rhythms of Freiburg. Instead of the gentle flow of a river, young Siegmund would have fallen asleep to the distant clatter of carriages on cobblestones, the muffled conversations of neighbors through thin walls, and occasionally the haunting melodies of street musicians whose songs drifted up from below. The air carried the complex bouquet of a densely populated city, the yeast-rich scent of bakeries, the earthy aroma of horses, the acrid tang of coal smoke from countless chimneys, and the delicate perfume of flowering trees in the city's parks during spring. The Leopoldstadt district was a world unto itself, a community bound by shared traditions and challenges. Jewish families like the Freuds lived according to rhythms dictated by both religious observance and the practical demands of urban survival. Fridays would bring the hurried preparations for Shabbat, with the women of the household cleaning and cooking, filling their homes with the comforting aromas of challah bread and slow-cooked stews that would perfume the air well into the evening. As sunset approached, candles would be lit in windows throughout the neighborhood, creating a constellation of warm, flickering lights that transformed the ordinary streets into something magical and sacred. Young Siegmund's days would have been structured around his education, which began at home with his mother Amelia teaching him to read and write, her patient voice guiding him through the shapes of letters and the music of words. Later, he attended a private elementary school, walking daily through streets that gradually became as familiar to him as the contours of his own hand. His route might have taken him past vendors selling roasted chestnuts in winter, their warmth and sweet aroma creating small oases of comfort in the cold air. or fruit sellers in summer, whose stalls burst with colors and fragrances that awakened the senses. The Freud household itself was a complex social environment. Jakob and Amelia had 8 children, creating a home filled with the constant murmur of conversations, occasional disputes, shared laughter, and the quiet intimacy of siblings sharing secrets. Siegmund, as the firstborn and only son from his father's first marriage, occupied a special position within this family constellation. His mother's adoration was evident in the way she called him Mein goldener Siggy, my golden Siggy, a term of endearment that wrapped around him like a warm blanket, creating a sense of security and specialness that would influence his developing sense of self. The family's economic circumstances were modest, but not impoverished. Jakob Freud worked as a wool merchant, his days spent in the commercial districts of Vienna, returning home with the sense of the marketplace, clinging to his clothes and stories of transactions and encounters that connected their household to the wider economic life of the empire. Amelia managed the domestic sphere, her days flowing with the rhythms of cooking, cleaning, and childcare, creating the stable foundation upon which family life was built. As Siegmund grew older, Vienna itself became an extension of his education. The city was undergoing a period of remarkable transformation during his childhood and adolescence. The old medieval walls had been demolished to create the Ringstrasse, a grand boulevard encircling the inner city, lined with impressive new buildings that housed museums, the university, the parliament, and the court theater. These spaces, with their soaring ceilings, marble floors that amplified every footstep into a dignified echo, and walls adorned with art and sculpture, would have presented a striking contrast to the more intimate, crowded spaces of Leopoldstadt. The natural world was not absent from this urban environment. The Prater, Vienna's large public park, offered a green retreat where the Freud family might have strolled on Sunday afternoons, the children running ahead on paths dappled with sunlight filtering through the leaves of chestnut and linden trees. The Danube River flowed at the edge of the city, its waters reflecting the changing sky and carrying boats laden with goods and travelers from distant parts of the empire, a constant reminder of the world beyond Vienna's boundaries. The changing seasons brought their own sensory signatures to Siegmund's childhood environment. Winter transformed Vienna with snow that muffled the city's sounds and reflected the warm glow of gas lamps, creating an otherworldly landscape of light and shadow. Spring brought the delicate scent of lilac and the visual feast of blossoming trees in the city's parks and courtyards. Summer filled the streets with the sounds of open windows, pianos being practiced, conversations flowing, and the occasional burst of laughter. Autumn painted the trees in the Prater with gold and crimson, while the air carried the smoke from roasting chestnuts and the first fires lit in home hearths. The cultural environment of Vienna was as rich as its physical one. The city vibrated with music, from the grand performances at the opera house to the popular waltzes played in dance halls to the folk songs that might be heard in the more working-class establishments. Theater was an essential part of Viennese culture, with performances ranging from classical dramas to popular comedies. Literature was revered, with bookshops and cafes serving as gathering places for those who loved the written word. All of these cultural currents flowed around young Siegmund, creating an environment that valued intellectual and artistic pursuits. The Freud family's Jewish identity created another dimension to Siegmund's childhood environment. While the family was not strictly observant, they maintained connections to Jewish traditions and community. The rhythms of the Jewish calendar, with its holidays, fasts, and feasts, would have provided a temporal framework different from the dominant Christian culture. The sounds of Hebrew prayers, the melodies of traditional songs, and the tastes of special foods prepared for holidays all contributed to a sensory landscape that connected Siegmund to a heritage stretching back thousands of years. At the same time, the family was part of the movement toward assimilation that characterized many Jewish families in Vienna during this period. They spoke German rather than Yiddish, adopted many aspects of mainstream Viennese culture, and aspired to integration into the broader society. This created a complex social position, neither fully inside nor outside the dominant culture, that may have heightened young Siegmund's awareness of social dynamics and the nuances of belonging. The intellectual environment of the Freud household encouraged curiosity and learning. Books were treasured possessions, their pages containing worlds of knowledge and imagination that expanded the boundaries of their modest apartment. Conversations around the dinner table might touch on politics, business matters, or the education of the children, creating an atmosphere where ideas were valued and questions encouraged. Jakob gifted Siegmund with a Bible illustrated with engravings when he was young. The images and stories within it stimulating his imagination and perhaps planting the seeds for his later interest in the power of symbols and narratives. As Siegmund moved through childhood into adolescence, the physical spaces he inhabited expanded. The gymnasium he attended introduced him to formal academic disciplines, and the social world of peers from similar backgrounds. The university would later become another formative environment, its lecture halls and laboratories places where ideas were exchanged and tested, its libraries quiet sanctuaries where the accumulated knowledge of centuries waited on shelves to be discovered. Throughout these years, the constant presence of family provided continuity amidst change. The familiar voices, gestures, and expressions of parents and siblings, the shared meals with their associated aromas and tastes, the inside jokes and family stories repeated until they became almost mythic. All these elements created a social and emotional foundation that supported Siegmund's development. The family's moves within Vienna. They relocated several times during his childhood, meant that he experienced different neighborhoods and living spaces. But the constellation of relationships remained a constant. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. The intellectual environment of the Freud household encouraged curiosity and learning. Books were treasured possessions, their pages containing worlds of knowledge and imagination that expanded the boundaries of their modest apartment. Conversations around the dinner table might touch on politics, business matters, or the education of the children, creating an atmosphere where ideas were valued and questions encouraged. Jakob gifted Siegmund with a Bible illustrated with engravings when he was young. The images and stories within it stimulating his imagination and perhaps planting the seeds for his later interest in the power of symbols and narratives. As Siegmund moved through childhood into adolescence, the physical spaces he inhabited expanded. The gymnasium he attended introduced him to formal academic disciplines, and the social world of peers from similar backgrounds. The university would later become another formative environment, its lecture halls and laboratories places where ideas were exchanged and tested, its libraries quiet sanctuaries where the accumulated knowledge of centuries waited on shelves to be discovered. Throughout these years, the constant presence of family provided continuity amidst change. In these early university days, Freud's path meandered through various disciplines, each offering its own particular pleasure. He spent peaceful hours in the comparative anatomy laboratory under the guidance of Professor Karl Klaus, carefully dissecting marine creatures and observing their delicate internal structures. The methodical nature of this work, the slow, precise movements, the quiet concentration, the gradual revelation of hidden complexities, provided a template for the careful analysis he would later apply to the human psyche. It was during this time that Freud encountered the writings of Charles Darwin, whose theories of evolution offered a new lens through which to view the natural world. Freud would often take Darwin's books to the Stadtpark, finding a quiet bench beneath a spreading chestnut tree where he could read undisturbed, occasionally looking up to watch people strolling along the paths, wondering about the evolutionary forces that had shaped human behavior over countless generations. These contemplative afternoons, with birdsong providing a gentle soundtrack to his reading, planted seeds of thought that would later bloom into his theories about human development and the biological underpinnings of psychological processes. In 1876, Freud's academic journey took him to the laboratory of Ernst Bruck, a physiologist whose rigorous scientific methods and materialist philosophy would profoundly influence the young student. Bruck's laboratory was a place of calm, focused energy, where experiments were conducted with meticulous attention to detail. and results were discussed in measured, thoughtful conversations under Brooks' mentorship. Freud spent long, peaceful hours studying the nervous systems of fish, peering through microscopes at delicate neural structures that seemed to hold secrets about how all living creatures, including humans, functioned. The laboratory became a sanctuary for Freud, a place where the complexities of the outside world fell away, leaving only the pure pursuit of knowledge. The rhythmic movements of laboratory work, the careful preparation of slides, the gentle adjustment of microscope lenses, the patient observation and recording of findings, created a meditative state that allowed his thoughts to unfold naturally. In this unhurried environment, Freud developed not only technical skills, but also a deep appreciation for the scientific method as a path to understanding. During these formative years at the university, Freud formed friendships that would sustain him intellectually and emotionally. Joseph Breuer, a physician 14 years his senior, became both mentor and confidant. Their conversations, which often extended into the evening hours in the warm, wood-paneled comfort of Viennese coffee houses, ranged widely across medicine, philosophy, and literature. The gentle clink of coffee cups and the soft murmur of voices around them created an intimate space where ideas could be exchanged without hurry or judgment. These discussions, unfolding at their own natural pace, allowed thoughts to develop fully, like flowers slowly opening their petals to the sun. Freud's decision to specialize in neurology came gradually, like a river finding its course through a landscape. The human nervous system, with its intricate networks and mysterious functions, offered a compelling field of study that bridged his interests in biology and psychology. In 1881, after 8 years of unhurried but dedicated study, Freud received his medical degree from the University of Vienna. The ceremony, held in a grand hall with sunlight streaming through tall windows onto polished floors, marked not an ending, but a transition to a new phase of intellectual exploration. Following his graduation, Freud began working at the Vienna General Hospital, moving through various departments to gain practical experience. The hospital's long corridors, with their distinctive antiseptic smell, and the soft squeaking of nurses' shoes on linoleum floors, became familiar pathways as he made his rounds. In the neurology department, under the guidance of the respected physician Theodore Maynard, Freud encountered patients whose mysterious symptoms defied simple explanation. Paralysis without physical cause, sensory disturbances with no apparent organic basis, behaviors that seemed disconnected from conscious intent. These patients, with their puzzling conditions, awakened in Freud a deep curiosity about the relationship between mind and body. He would sit beside their beds, listening with patient attention as they described their experiences, noting not just their words, but the pauses between them, the shifts in tone, the gestures that accompanied their narratives. This practice of deep, unhurried listening would later become central to his psychoanalytic method, creating a space where hidden meanings could emerge at their own pace. In 1885, Freud received a travel grant that allowed him to study in Paris with Jean-Martin Charcot, a renowned neurologist whose work with hypnosis and hysteria was challenging conventional medical understanding. The journey to Paris, with its changing landscapes viewed through the train window, and the gentle rocking motion of the carriage, provided time for reflection and anticipation. Paris itself, with its wide boulevards, elegant architecture, and rich intellectual life, offered a stimulating contrast to Vienna. Charcot's clinic at the Salpêtrière Hospital was a place of both science and spectacle, where patients with hysteria demonstrated dramatic symptoms before audiences of medical students and physicians. Amid this theatrical atmosphere, Freud observed with quiet intensity, absorbing not just the clinical presentations, but also Charcot's revolutionary suggestion that hysterical symptoms had psychological origins rather than physical ones. This idea, presented in Charcot's melodious French accent during lectures in the amphitheater, resonated deeply with Freud's own developing thoughts about the power of the mind over the body. During his time in Paris, Freud would often walk along the Seine in the evening, watching the play of light on the water as he processed the day's observations. These solitary strolls, with the gentle lapping of the river against its banks, and the soft glow of street lamps reflecting on the water's surface, provided space for his thoughts to settle and clarify. It was during one such walk that he began to formulate what would later become his theory of the unconscious. The idea that beneath our conscious awareness lies a vast reservoir of memories, desires, and conflicts that influence our behavior in ways we do not recognize. Returning to Vienna in 1886, Freud established a private practice specializing in nervous disorders. His consulting room, with its comfortable furniture, subdued lighting, and carefully chosen art pieces, was designed to create an atmosphere of calm and safety where patients could speak freely. The famous couch, covered in a soft oriental rug and piled with cushions, invited patients to recline and relax, their gaze directed at the ceiling rather than at Freud himself. This arrangement, which evolved naturally from his therapeutic practice, allowed for a deeper state of introspection and a more fluid emergence of thoughts and memories. In these early years of his practice, Freud collaborated closely with Joseph Breuer, developing what they called the talking cure, a method of treating hysterical symptoms by encouraging patients to speak about traumatic experiences while in a state of relaxed concentration. Actually, Bertha Pappenheim demonstrated how symptoms could be alleviated when repressed memories were brought into conscious awareness. Though not an intellectual collaborator in the way some of his male colleagues were, Martha offered something equally vital: a home where Freud could retreat from the controversies of his professional life, her practical wisdom, her ability to manage their household and raise their children, while Freud buried himself in his studies, allowed him the mental space to develop his theories. In the quiet evenings they shared, reading aloud or discussing the events of the day, Freud found a balance between the demands of his restless mind and the need for human connection. As Freud grew older, his relationships with younger colleagues, Carl Jung, Alfred Adler, Sander Ferenczi, took on a mentor-mentee dynamic of their own. Jung, in particular, seemed at first like a spiritual heir, someone who could carry psychoanalysis beyond its Jewish, Viennese origins into the wider world. Their early correspondence was warm, almost fatherly on Freud's part, but tensions soon emerged. Jung's interest in mysticism and mythology diverged from Freud's more biological focus, and their personal bond fractured under the weight of theoretical disagreements. Freud, who had once seen himself as the guide, now found himself challenged, his authority questioned. These breaks were painful, but they also forced Freud to clarify his ideas, to defend his principles, and in doing so, to refine them further. Through all these relationships, teachers, colleagues, friends, family, Freud's thinking evolved in a slow, organic way. No single figure provided all the answers, rather, each contributed a piece of the puzzle, an insight that Freud would turn over in his mind, examine from all angles, and eventually incorporate into his ever-expanding vision of the psyche. Like the patients he later treated, Freud's intellectual life was shaped by a series of encounters, some fleeting, some profound, all leaving their trace in the theories that would come to define him. And so, as the years passed, Freud's work continued to unfold, not in isolation, but in dialogue with the living and the dead, with mentors and rivals, with the voices of the past and the questions of the present. His ideas, like the human mind he sought to understand, were never static, always shifting, always responding to new influences, new challenges. And in this quiet, persistent way, one thought leading to another, one relationship sparking the next insight, the foundations of psychoanalysis were laid, stone by patient stone, until at last a new way of seeing the self emerged from the shadows. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. Long before Freud became the towering figure of psychoanalysis, long before the weight of his theories settled into the collective consciousness of the modern world, he was simply a young man, stepping tentatively into the vast and uncertain world of medicine. His path was not yet clear, his ideas still unformed, his future nothing more than a quiet whisper of possibility in the bustling streets of late 19th century Vienna. He had entered the University of Vienna in 1873, a time when the city hummed with intellectual energy, where the old world of empire and tradition brushed against the new currents of science and skepticism. Medicine in those days was still a field in flux, with breakthroughs in physiology and neurology reshaping how the body, and perhaps even the mind, was understood. Freud, ever the curious student, immersed himself in these studies, though he had originally dreamed of a career in law or philosophy. Something about the precision of science, the way it sought answers in the tangible world, drew him in. His early years in medicine were marked by a quiet diligence, a slow accumulation of knowledge. He worked in the laboratory of Ernst Bruck, a physiologist whose rigorous, almost austere approach to science left a deep impression on the young Freud. Bruck's lab was a place of exacting standards, where every observation had to be measured, every hypothesis tested with meticulous care. Here, Freud studied the nervous systems of fish, tracing the delicate pathways of neurons, learning to see the body not as a mystery, but as a system that could, in time, be understood. But Vienna was not just a city of laboratories and lecture halls. It was also a place of struggle, where anti-Semitism simmered beneath the surface of polite society. Freud, born into a Jewish family, felt this tension keenly, though he was not particularly religious. His heritage marked him in ways that could not be ignored. Opportunities were not always freely given. Respect had to be earned, sometimes fought for, yet he pressed on, driven by a quiet determination, a belief that his work would one day speak for itself. After completing his medical degree in 1881, Freud faced the practical question of how to make a living. Research alone would not sustain him, and so he turned to clinical work, taking a position at Vienna General Hospital. The hospital was a place of both suffering and discovery, where the realities of illness and injury were laid bare. Freud moved between departments: psychiatry, dermatology, nervous diseases, slowly narrowing his focus toward the mysteries of the mind. It was during these early years that he encountered Jean-Martin Charcot, the famed French neurologist whose work on hysteria would leave an indelible mark on Freud's thinking. In 1885, Freud traveled to Paris on a small grant, eager to study under Charcot at the Salpêtrière Hospital. The experience was transformative. Charcot's demonstrations of hysteria, how it manifested in the body, how it could be influenced by suggestion, opened Freud's eyes to the idea that mental phenomena might have physical roots, that the mind and body were not so separate after all. Yet even as he absorbed these lessons, Freud began to sense the limits of Charcot's approach. Hypnosis, which Charcot used to induce and relieve symptoms, seemed to Freud like a blunt instrument, a way to bypass the mind rather than understand it. He wondered if there might be another path, a way to listen to the patient's own words, to trace the hidden threads of memory and desire that lay beneath the surface. Returning to Vienna, Freud set up a private practice, specializing in nervous disorders. His early treatments were conventional electrotherapy, hydrotherapy, the standard remedies of the time. But he grew increasingly dissatisfied with their results. His patients, mostly women suffering from what was then called hysteria, did not improve in the ways he hoped. Slowly, reluctantly, he began to experiment with new methods. One of these was the talking cure, an approach he developed alongside his older colleague, Joseph Brewer, a young woman whose symptoms, paralysis, hallucinations, speech disturbances, seemed to ease when she was encouraged to speak freely about her thoughts and memories. Freud, intrigued, began to refine this method, listening intently to his own patients, allowing them to explore their minds without interruption. It was painstaking work, filled with false starts and uncertainties. Many in the medical establishment dismissed Freud's ideas as unscientific, even absurd. The notion that childhood experiences, buried memories, or unconscious desires could shape a person's health ran counter to the prevailing views of the time. But Freud, though often isolated, was not easily deterred. He wrote, he observed, he adjusted his theories, slowly piecing together the fragments of what would become psychoanalysis. In 1895, he and Brewer published studies on hysteria asterisk, a book that laid the groundwork for Freud's later work. The collaboration, however, did not last. Brewer, ever cautious, grew uneasy with Freud's growing emphasis on sexuality as a root cause of neurosis. Their friendship cooled, another in a series of professional relationships that would shape, then recede from Freud's life. The years that followed were difficult. Freud faced professional rejection, financial strain, and personal loss. The death of his father in 1896 plunged him into a period of deep self-reflection. It was during this time that he began his own self-analysis, turning his methods inward, exploring his dreams, his memories, his own unconscious. Out of this introspection came the interpretation of Dreams Asterisk, published in 1899, but dated 1900, as if Freud wanted his work to belong to the new century. The book was not an immediate success. It sold slowly, received mixed reviews, and was often misunderstood. Yet, within its pages lay the seeds of Freud's most enduring ideas: the unconscious mind, the role of dreams as wish fulfillment, the Oedipus complex. These concepts, now so familiar, were then radical, even unsettling. But Freud, ever patient, continued to write, to lecture, to refine his theories, certain that time would prove their worth. And so, step by quiet step, Freud's early career unfolded, a journey of curiosity and doubt, of setbacks and small triumphs. He was not yet the figure he would become, not yet the name synonymous with the depths of the human psyche, but the foundations were there, laid in the quiet hours of study, in the careful listening to patients, in the slow, persistent work of a man who believed that the mind, no matter how hidden, could someday be known. Drifting like clouds across the evening sky, we now move to the next part of this calming life story. As the years passed, Freud's quiet persistence began to bear fruit. His ideas, once dismissed as too radical, gradually found their way into the broader conversation about the human mind. He continued to refine his theories, to listen to his patients with deep attention, and to explore the hidden corners of the psyche, one dream, one memory, one slip of the tongue at a time. His work was not just an academic exercise. It was an act of excavation, digging through layers of repression to uncover the truths buried beneath. One of his most significant contributions was the concept of the unconscious, the idea that much of our mental life operates beyond our awareness, shaping our desires, fears, and behaviors in ways we do not fully understand. Freud likened the mind to an iceberg, with only a small portion visible above the surface, while the vast bulk remained submerged in darkness. He believed that by bringing these hidden thoughts into the light, people could find relief from their suffering. This was the foundation of psychoanalysis, his revolutionary method of treatment. Psychoanalysis was a slow, deliberate process. Freud would sit with his patients, often reclining on the now iconic couch, allowing them to speak freely, without censorship or direction. He called this free association, encouraging them to follow the wandering paths of their thoughts, no matter how disjointed or illogical they seemed. In these meandering narratives, Freud listened for patterns, for slips, for moments where the unconscious might reveal itself. He believed that even the smallest detail, a forgotten name, a misplaced object, could be a clue to deeper conflicts. Dreams, too, were a window into the unconscious. In the interpretation of dreams asterisk, Freud argued that dreams were not random nonsense, as many believed, but meaningful expressions of repressed wishes. He developed a method of dream analysis, breaking dreams into their manifest content, the surface level story, and their latent content, the hidden symbolic meaning beneath. A dream about a train, for example, might represent a journey, a transition, or even something more personal, depending on the dreamer's associations. Freud's approach was meticulous, patient, and deeply respectful of the complexity of the human mind. Another of his groundbreaking ideas was the Oedipus complex, drawn from the ancient Greek tragedy of Oedipus, who unknowingly killed his father and married his mother. Freud proposed that children experience unconscious desires for their opposite-sex parent, alongside rivalry with the same-sex parent. This theory, controversial even today, was part of his broader exploration of childhood sexuality, an idea that shocked many of his contemporaries. But Freud insisted that early experiences shaped adult psychology in profound ways, and that understanding these dynamics was essential to healing. As his theories developed, so did his model of the psyche itself. He divided the mind into three parts: the id, the ego, and the superego. The id, primal and impulsive, sought immediate gratification. The superego, the moral conscience, enforced rules and ideals. and the ego, caught between these two forces, struggled to balance desires with reality. This structure helped explain why people often felt torn between what they wanted and what they believed was right, a conflict that could lead to anxiety, repression, or neurosis. Freud's influence extended beyond the therapist's office. His ideas seeped into literature, art, and culture, changing the way people thought about themselves and their motivations. Writers like Virginia Woolf and James Joyce experimented with stream-of-consciousness narration, influenced by Freud's emphasis on the inner workings of the mind. Artists like Salvador Dali explored the surreal landscapes of the unconscious, inspired by psychoanalytic concepts. Even everyday language absorbed his terms: Freudian slip, defense mechanism, edible phrases that became shorthand for the hidden forces shaping behavior. Yet, Freud's work was not without its critics. Some dismissed his theories as unscientific, too reliant on interpretation rather than empirical evidence. Others found his focus on sexuality excessive, even disturbing, and as the years went on, some of his own followers, like Carl Jung and Alfred Adler, branched off, developing their own schools of thought. But Freud remained steadfast, convinced that his discoveries, however unsettling, were essential to understanding the human condition. In his later years, Freud turned his attention to broader questions of civilization and society. In works like Civilization and its Discontents*, he explored the tension between individual desires and the demands of communal life. He argued that civilization required sacrifice, repression, and the sublimation of instinct, a process that could lead to both progress and neurosis. It was a somber reflection, one that acknowledged the cost of human advancement while still holding space for hope. By the time of his death in 1939, Freud had become one of the most influential thinkers of the 20th century. His ideas had sparked revolutions in psychology, medicine, and culture, reshaping how people understood their own minds. And though some of his theories have been revised or challenged over time, his central insight that much of our mental life lies beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered, remains a cornerstone of modern psychology. His legacy is not just in his books or his theories, but in the quiet, patient way he listened to dreams, to slips of the tongue, to the unspoken fears of his patients. He taught us that the mind is a vast and mysterious landscape, one that rewards careful exploration. And so, as you drift toward sleep, perhaps you too can listen to the whispers of your own unconscious, to the fragments of dreams not yet formed, to the slow, steady rhythm of thoughts settling into stillness as your breathing becomes more regular. Let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. Every life is shaped by moments of choice, quiet crossroads where the path ahead divides and the future waits to be written. Sigmund Freud's journey was no different, a series of gentle bends in the road, each one leading him deeper into the uncharted terrain of the human mind. Some of these moments were deliberate, carefully weighed decisions. Others unfolded almost imperceptibly, like the slow turning of pages in an old book. But each one carried him closer to the ideas that would change the world. One of the earliest and most pivotal of these moments came in 1873, when Freud, then a young medical student, chose to specialize in neurology. At the time, the workings of the brain were still shrouded in mystery, a frontier of science where answers were scarce and questions loomed large. He could have followed a more conventional path, one that promised stability and recognition, perhaps surgery or general medicine, but something in the elusive nature of the nervous system called to him. A quiet fascination with the hidden mechanisms of thought and feeling. Had he turned away, content with the known rather than the unknown, the story of psychoanalysis might never have been written. But he did not turn away. Instead, he immersed himself in research, spending long hours in laboratories, his hands steady as he dissected eel brains, his mind wandering into the depths of what he could not yet see. It was slow, painstaking work, the kind that required patience and resilience. And though he did not yet know it, this early training in observation, this habit of looking closely, of noticing the smallest details, would later become the foundation of his greatest discoveries. Then came another turning point, one that arrived not as a decision, but as a necessity. In 1885, Freud traveled to Paris to study under Jean-Martin Charcot, a renowned neurologist who was pioneering the study of hysteria. Here, in the hushed halls of the Salpêtrière Hospital, Freud witnessed something extraordinary. Patients whose physical symptoms had no apparent biological cause, whose suffering seemed to emerge from the shadows of the mind itself. Charcot believed these afflictions were real, not imagined, and he treated them with a seriousness few others had dared. For Freud, this was a revelation. The idea that the mind could shape the body so profoundly, that unseen forces could manifest as tangible pain, opened a door in his thinking. Had he dismissed these cases as mere eccentricities, as many of his contemporaries did, he might have remained a neurologist of the old school, content to map the brain's physical structures without ever venturing into the wilderness of the psyche. But he did not dismiss them. Instead, he carried the question home with him, like a seed waiting to be planted. Back in Vienna, Freud began to experiment with hypnosis, then with free association, listening as his patients spoke in fragments, their words trailing like breadcrumbs into the past. It was here, in the quiet of his consulting room, that he made his most daring leap, one that would define his legacy. He began to consider the possibility of the unconscious, a realm of memory and desire lying just beneath awareness, shaping lives in ways no one had yet understood. This was not an easy path. The medical establishment scoffed at his theories, dismissing them as unscientific, even scandalous. Some of his closest colleagues, like Joseph Breuer, eventually withdrew their support, uneasy with the implications of Freud's ideas. He could have softened his claims, could have tempered his language to avoid controversy. But he chose instead to press forward, convinced that the truth, however uncomfortable, was worth pursuing. One wonders what might have happened if he had hesitated. If he had allowed doubt to silence him, psychoanalysis might have remained a footnote in medical history, a curious but forgotten experiment. Instead, Freud's willingness to stand alone, to trust the slow accumulation of evidence from his patients' stories, gave birth to an entirely new way of understanding the mind. Another quiet but profound shift came in 1897, when Freud made the difficult decision to abandon his seduction theory. The idea that neurosis was always rooted in real childhood trauma. It was a painful reversal, one that required him to question his own earlier conclusions. But in doing so, he arrived at an even deeper insight, that the mind could create its own traumas, that fantasies and repressed desires could be as powerful as real events. This was the birth of the Oedipus complex, a theory that would become central to his work. Had he clung stubbornly to his initial belief, refusing to reconsider, his theories might have remained limited, unable to explain the full complexity of human psychology. But by allowing himself to change, to follow the evidence wherever it led, he opened the door to a richer understanding of the inner world. The years that followed were marked by both triumph and struggle. In 1900, he published The Interpretation of Dreams*, a book that would later be recognized as one of the most important works of the century. But at the time, it was met with silence, selling only a few hundred copies in its first years. Freud could have been discouraged, could have let the lack of recognition steer him towards safer topics, but he kept writing, kept refining his ideas, trusting that their time would come. And come it did, slowly, quietly, like the first light of dawn. His influence began to spread. A circle of followers gathered around him: Carl Jung, Alfred Adler, others who would carry his ideas forward. There were disagreements, of course, fractures in the movement, as some struck out on their own paths. Freud himself was not always flexible. He could be stubborn, protective of his theories. But even in these moments of conflict, the larger work continued, the exploration of the unconscious deepening with each passing year. By the time he turned his attention to broader questions, to civilization, to religion, to the tensions between individual desires and societal demands, his ideas had already taken root across the world. His later works, like Civilization and its discontents, reflected the wisdom of a man who had spent a lifetime listening to his patients, to his own mind, to the murmurs of history. And so, as you drift towards sleep, think of these quiet turning points, these moments when choices, large and small, shaped the course of a life. Think of how easily things might have been different if Freud had chosen a different specialty, if he had turned away from the mysteries of hysteria, if he had let doubt silence him, but he did not. And in the end, it was his willingness to listen to the whispers of dreams, to the stories his patients could barely bring themselves to tell, that changed everything. Perhaps, as you settle into the soft embrace of sleep, you too can listen to the quiet unfolding of your own thoughts, to the gentle murmurs of memory and imagination, to the slow, steady rhythm of a mind at rest. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Sigmund Freud's life was woven through with relationships, some tender, some turbulent, all shaping him in ways both subtle and profound, like threads in a tapestry. These connections added depth and texture to his world, influencing not just his personal happiness, but the very ideas that would revolutionize psychology. And so, as you settle deeper into the quiet of night, let us drift into the gentle rhythm of these bonds, tracing their slow, meandering paths through time. At the heart of his personal life was Martha Bernays, the woman who would become his wife. Their courtship was one of longing and patience, conducted largely through letters during their 4-year engagement. Freud was not a man of great financial means in those early years, and the distance between them, Martha in Hamburg, Freud in Vienna, was bridged only by ink and paper. His letters to her were filled with fervent devotion, but also glimpses of the intensity that would later define his work. He wrote of dreams, of his struggles, of his ambitions. Martha, in turn, offered steadfast support, even as she endured the uncertainty of their future. When they finally married in 1886, it was the beginning of a lifelong partnership, one that would weather professional storms, financial strain, and the raising of 6 children. Martha was his anchor, a quiet presence who managed their home with grace, allowing Freud the space to lose himself in his work. Their love was not without its tensions. Freud could be possessive, Martha sometimes weary of his single-mindedness, but it endured, a steady flame in the background of his restless mind. Among their children, Anna Freud would grow to be not just a daughter, but a colleague, a confidant, and eventually the keeper of his legacy. From an early age, she showed a keen intellect and a deep interest in her father's work. Freud, who had once analyzed her childhood dreams, watched with pride as she forged her own path in psychoanalysis. Their bond was one of mutual respect, but also tender affection. In his later years, as illness crept in, it was Anna who cared for him, who read to him when he could no longer read for himself. She became his voice when his own grew weak, ensuring that his ideas would live on. Beyond his family, Freud's friendships were intense, sometimes volatile, always meaningful. Perhaps none was more significant or more fraught than his relationship with Carl Jung. when they first met in 1907. Jung was a brilliant young psychiatrist, dazzled by Freud's theories and eager to learn from him. Freud, in turn, saw in Jung a potential heir, someone who could carry psychoanalysis beyond its Jewish roots into the broader academic world. But cracks soon appeared. Jung, ever the independent thinker, began to question some of Freud's core ideas, particularly the centrality of sexuality in human psychology. Freud, for his part, struggled with the idea of dissent. Their friendship, once so full of promise, slowly unraveled in a series of heated debates and private resentments. By 1913, their break was final, a painful rupture that left Freud disillusioned, but also more determined than ever to defend his theories. Yet not all his friendships ended in conflict. Wilhelm Fliess, an eccentric Berlin physician, was one of Freud's earliest intellectual companions. Their bond was one of shared curiosity, particularly about the mysteries of the human body and mind. Fliess became a sounding board for Freud's earliest ideas about dreams and the unconscious, and their letters brimmed with theories, some brilliant, some wildly speculative. But even this friendship was not without its strains. Fliess, like Jung, had his own unshakable convictions, and over time, their exchanges grew tense, then distant. Still, in those early years, Fliess had given Freud something invaluable, a space to think aloud, to explore without fear of judgment. Then there were the women who shaped Freud's professional world, often in ways history has overlooked. Lou Andreas Salome, a writer and psychoanalyst, became one of his closest confidants in later life. Their friendship was one of equals, rare for Freud, who often struggled to see women as intellectual peers. But Salome's sharp mind and deep empathy won his respect. She visited him in Vienna, their conversations flowing late into the evening, and though she never became a formal disciple, her insights enriched his thinking. Similarly, Marie Bonaparte, a princess and psychoanalyst, was both a patient and a steadfast supporter. She helped smuggle Freud's papers out of Vienna when the Nazis rose to power, ensuring that his work would survive even as the world around him darkened. Even his patients, though bound to him by professional ties, left their mark on his life. Many became collaborators of a sort, their struggles and breakthroughs shaping the very theories he was developing. There was the wolf man, whose childhood dream of white wolves became one of Freud's most famous case studies. These were not just subjects of study, they were mirrors, reflecting back the complexities of the mind in ways that deepened Freud's own understanding. And then, of course, there were the conflicts, those inevitable frictions that arise when strong minds collide. His falling out with Alfred Adler, once a close colleague, was another painful rift. Adler's emphasis on social factors over unconscious drives clashed with Freud's own views, and their debates grew increasingly bitter. Yet even in these partings, Freud learned something about the limits of his theories, about the stubborn independence of the human spirit, about the price of intellectual conviction. As the years passed, Freud's circle grew smaller. Death took friends and rivals alike. The rise of fascism forced him to flee Vienna in 1938. A frail old man leaving behind the city that had been his home for nearly 80 years, yet even in exile, the bonds he had formed sustained him. His final days in London were spent surrounded by family, by the few colleagues who remained, by the letters still arriving from those who cherished his work. And so, as sleep draws nearer, think of these threads of love and loss, of collaboration and conflict, of all the ways one life is shaped by the lives it touches. Freud's story is not just one of ideas, but of people, the wife who waited, the daughter who carried on, the friends who challenged and cherished him. These connections, like gentle waves, carried him forward, leaving ripples that would long outlast him. And perhaps, in the quiet of this moment, you too can feel the warmth of those who have shaped you, their voices soft, their presence lingering, like the faintest echo of a dream. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. Beneath the towering intellect and the relentless pursuit of psychological truths, Siegmund Freud was, in many ways, a man of quiet routines and deep personal affections. His life outside the lecture halls and consulting rooms was shaped by simple pleasures, steadfast relationships, and the small, comforting rituals that gave structure to his days. Each morning in Vienna began with the same steady rhythm. He would rise early, the pale light of dawn filtering through the curtains of his apartment at Burgas 19. The scent of strong coffee filled the air, prepared just as he liked it, dark, bitter, and steaming hot. He would sit at his desk, the wooden surface cluttered with papers, and begin his work while the city outside still slumbered. The quiet hours before the world awoke were sacred to him, a time when his thoughts could flow undisturbed. Breakfast was a simple affair, shared with his wife, Martha. Their marriage, though not without its strains, was a foundation of stability in his life. She had been his steadfast companion since their wedding in 1886, a patient presence who managed the household with quiet efficiency, allowing him the space to pursue his work. Though Freud was not one for grand romantic gestures, his love for Martha was deep and enduring, expressed in small ways, a shared glance, a murmured word of appreciation. The way he always saved the first slice of cake for her. Their home was filled with the warmth of family. 6 children grew up under that roof, their laughter and squabbles weaving through the rooms like music. Freud was a devoted, if sometimes stern, father. He took pride in his children's accomplishments, though his expectations were high. Sundays were reserved for family walks through the Prater, Vienna's great park, where they would stroll beneath the chestnut trees, the children running ahead, while Freud and Martha followed at a slower pace. conversation meandering like the paths they walked. Among his children, it was his youngest daughter, Anna, who would become his closest confidant. She shared his intellectual curiosity, and as she grew older, their bond deepened into a professional partnership as well as a personal one. In the evenings, they would often sit together in his study, discussing cases, debating theories, the fire crackling softly in the hearth. There was a quiet understanding between them, a mutual respect that needed few words. Freud's friendships, too, were a source of great comfort and occasional heartache. His Wednesday evening gatherings were legendary. A small circle of colleagues and students would gather in his study, the air thick with cigar smoke and lively debate. These meetings were as much about camaraderie as they were about intellectual exchange. Freud enjoyed the give and take of conversation, the way ideas could be tested and refined in the company of trusted minds. Yet, as we have seen, these relationships were not always smooth. Disagreements could turn into rifts, and some friendships faded like ink on old letters. But even in these partings, Freud carried the lessons they left behind. Outside of his work, Freud had passions that might surprise those who knew him only as the father of psychoanalysis. He was an avid collector of antiquities, small statues, fragments of pottery, relics of ancient civilizations that spoke to his fascination with the buried past. His study was lined with these treasures, each one carefully placed on shelves or desks, as if keeping silent watch over his thoughts. He would often run his fingers over the smooth stone of a Roman figurine, lost in contemplation, as if the echoes of history could whisper secrets to him. He also found solace in nature. Summer holidays were spent in the Alps or by the sea, where he would hike through meadows thick with wildflowers, or sit on the shore, watching the waves roll in with their endless, hypnotic rhythm. These escapes were vital to him, a chance to step away from the weight of his work and simply breathe. He once wrote that the sea, with its vast, unchanging presence, was the closest thing to eternity he could imagine. And then there were his beloved dogs, most notably his chow, Jofi, who became a constant companion in his later years. She would lie at his feet during therapy sessions, her calm presence a comfort to both Freud and his patients. There was something deeply soothing about her quiet loyalty, the way she seemed to understand without words. Freud, who had spent a lifetime deciphering the human psyche, found a simple, wordless bond with his pets that brought him a different kind of peace, even in his final years. As illness made his days more difficult, these small joys remained. In London, where he spent his exile, his study was arranged just as it had been in Vienna, the same desk, the same antiquities, the same rituals. The world outside was at war, but within those walls, there was still order, still beauty. He would sit in his armchair, wrapped in a blanket, listening to the radio or reading a book, while Jofi drowsed beside him. His hands, once so precise in their work, were now frail, but his mind remained sharp, turning over ideas until the very end. And so, as we drift toward sleep, let us picture Freud not just as the great thinker, but as the man who savored his coffee in the morning quiet, who walked hand in hand with his wife through autumn leaves, who smiled at the antics of his dog, who found wonder in the artifacts of long-lost worlds. His life was made up of these moments, just as ours are small, ordinary, and yet infinitely precious. Perhaps in the stillness of tonight, you too can think of the rituals that ground you, the people who have shaped your days, the quiet joys that linger like the last light of evening. And as sleep draws nearer, let these thoughts wrap around you, gentle and warm, like the echo of a voice you have always known. Like a gentle river flowing toward the sea, our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. Each day in the life of Siegmund Freud unfolded with a quiet rhythm, a series of rituals that gave shape to his hours, grounding him in the midst of his groundbreaking work. From his early years in Vienna to his final days in London, these routines remained remarkably consistent, like the steady ticking of a clock, marking the passage of time with comforting familiarity. In Vienna, his mornings began early, before the city had fully stirred. The first light of dawn would filter through the curtains of his bedroom as he awoke. Often before 6 o'clock, he rose with purpose, dressing methodically in the dark suit and tie that became his signature attire, as if preparing for a solemn but sacred duty. The house was still quiet, the only sounds the faint creaking of floorboards beneath his feet and the distant clatter of servants beginning their own morning routines. The first ritual of the day was his shave. Standing before the mirror, he would carefully work the razor over his face, the scrape of the blade against his skin a meditative act. This small, daily discipline set the tone for the hours ahead, a moment of order before the demands of the day took hold. Afterward, he would step into his study, a room that was both workplace and sanctuary. Here, surrounded by his beloved antiquities, Egyptian figurines, Greek vases, Roman sculptures, Freud would settle into his chair, the same one he used for patient sessions. The air carried the faint scent of leather from the well-worn spines of his books, mingled with the earthy aroma of tobacco. He would light a cigar, the first of many in a day, the smoke curling lazily in the morning light. Then, with slow deliberation, he would begin to write. His desk was always meticulously arranged, pens and papers in their proper places, as though the external order mirrored the precision of his thoughts. He wrote in longhand, his script neat and deliberate, filling page after page with the ideas that would reshape modern psychology. This early morning solitude was sacred to him, a time when his mind was clearest, undisturbed by the distractions that would come later. By 8 o'clock, breakfast was served. He would join his wife, Martha, in the dining room, where the table was set with simple elegance, fresh bread, butter, honey, and always a pot of strong coffee. Freud was particular about his coffee, preferring it black and rich, a small indulgence he savored each morning. Conversation was light, often about household matters or the latest news, but there was a quiet companionship in these shared moments, a comfort in the familiar patterns of domestic life. After breakfast, the work of the day truly began. Patients arrived at regular intervals, each session lasting precisely 55 minutes. Freud was punctual to the minute, a habit born of both professionalism and personal discipline. His consulting room was arranged with care, the famous couch where patients reclined, the armchair where he sat just out of sight, his notepad always at hand. The room itself was dimly lit, the heavy curtains drawn to create an atmosphere of intimacy, a space where secrets could be spoken without fear. Between patients, he would sometimes step outside for a brief walk, pacing the cobbled streets near Burgas 19, his hands clasped behind his back, his thoughts turning over the cases he had just heard. These short strolls were as much a part of his process as the sessions themselves, a way to clear his mind before the next hour of listening and interpreting. Lunch was served promptly at 1 o'clock, a meal taken with the family whenever possible. The table was laden with traditional Viennese dishes, soups, meats, potatoes, and always a dessert. For Freud had a well-documented sweet tooth. Conversation was lively, especially when his children were present, their voices rising and falling in the easy rhythm of family life. After eating, he would retire to his study once more, perhaps to read, to write letters, or to simply sit with his thoughts, the smoke from his cigar drifting through the air like a slow-moving cloud. The afternoons were often reserved for correspondence. Freud was a prolific letter writer, his exchanges with colleagues, friends, and admirers filling volumes. Each reply was composed with care, his words measured and deliberate, as though he understood the weight they carried. The act of writing letters was, for him, another form of connection, a way to bridge the distance between himself and the wider world. As evening approached, the pace of the day softened. Dinner was a quieter affair than lunch, a time for winding down. Afterward, he might join Martha in the parlor, where she would knit or read while he paged through a book, often something unrelated to his work, a novel, a history, sometimes even a detective story, a guilty pleasure he admitted to enjoying. The room was warm, the lamplight casting a golden glow over the furniture, the ticking of the clock a steady reminder of time passing. At precisely 10 o'clock, he would retire for the night. The rituals of the evening were as deliberate as those of the morning washing, changing into his night clothes, perhaps a final glance at the day's notes before extinguishing the lamp. The house would settle into silence, the streets outside growing still, and Freud would drift into sleep, his mind still turning, ever working, even in dreams. In later years, when illness forced him to leave Vienna for London, these rituals remained, a tether to the life he had known. His study was recreated with painstaking care, the same desk, the same antiquities arranged just so. Though his body was frail, his hands trembling, the structure of his days endured the coffee in the morning, the cigar, the hours of writing, the quiet evenings with Martha, even as the world outside raged with war. Within those walls, the rhythms of his life continued, a testament to the enduring power of routine, of the small, sacred habits that make a life whole. And so, as sleep draws near, perhaps you too can think of the rituals that shape your days, the first sip of morning tea, the familiar path of your evening walk, the way the light falls across your room at dusk. These are the quiet threads that weave through our lives, steady and sure, like the breath that carries us into dreams. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Siegmund Freud's mind was a landscape of deep shadows and flickering light, a place where the unseen currents of human thought were carefully mapped, like constellations in the night sky. His philosophy was not born fully formed, but unfolded gradually, shaped by the quiet observations of his patients, the weight of history, and the slow, persistent work of introspection. He believed that beneath the surface of everyday life, beneath the polite conversations, the routines, the rituals, lay a vast and restless unconscious, a hidden world of desires, fears, and forgotten memories. From the beginning, Freud was fascinated by the tension between civilization and the primal instincts of the individual. He saw society as a necessary but stifling force, a structure that tamed human nature but also repressed it, leading to discontent, neurosis, and sometimes even deeper suffering. In his view, the price of order was often inner conflict. Yet, he also believed that understanding this conflict could lead to liberation. Where id was, there ego shall be, he said, meaning that self-awareness could bring a measure of control over the chaotic impulses within. His own life reflected this balance between discipline and depth. Every morning, he would rise early, light a cigar, and settle into his study, surrounded by the silent witnesses of his antiquities, small statues of gods and goddesses, relics of ancient civilizations that seemed to whisper of humanity's enduring struggles. These objects were more than decoration. They were reminders of the timeless questions that haunted him. What does it mean to be human? How much of our lives is shaped by forces we do not understand? Freud's work was not merely clinical. It was deeply personal. He believed that the stories his patients told of dreams, of slips of the tongue, of childhood memories, were fragments of a larger narrative about human nature. He listened with patience, piecing together patterns, finding meaning in what others dismissed as trivial. One of his most famous cases, that of the Wolf Man, revealed how a childhood nightmare could hold the key to a lifetime of anxiety. through such cases, Freud came to see that the past never truly leaves us. It lingers beneath the surface, shaping our present in ways we rarely recognize. Over time, his thinking evolved, shifting like sand beneath the tide. Early in his career, he focused on the idea of repressed sexual desires as the root of psychological distress. But as he grew older, he began to see a broader picture. He introduced the concept of the death drive, the idea that humans are drawn not only toward pleasure, but also toward self-destruction, toward silence and stillness. It was a dark thought, but one that seemed to resonate with the violence of the world around him, particularly as Europe descended into war. Despite the weight of his theories, Freud had a dry, sometimes wry sense of humor. In this small joke lay a profound observation about the nature of progress, that even our aggressions could be refined, sublimated into words rather than actions. He believed in the power of language, in the talking cure, as a way to transform pain into understanding. His values were rooted in intellectual courage. He was unafraid to explore taboo subjects, sexuality, aggression, the irrational, even when it made him unpopular. Many of his ideas were met with resistance, even ridicule, but he persisted, driven by the conviction that truth, however uncomfortable, was worth pursuing. Freud's personal life was marked by the same quiet intensity as his work. He was devoted to his wife, Martha, and their children, though his relationships were not without complexity. He valued loyalty and tradition, yet he also encouraged independence in those he loved. His daughter Anna followed in his footsteps, becoming a psychoanalyst herself, and their bond was one of mutual respect and deep intellectual connection. In his final years, as illness took its toll, Freud's worldview grew more somber. The rise of fascism, the burning of his books, the forced exile from Vienna, all of it seemed to confirm his darkest theories about human nature. Yet even then, he did not surrender to despair. He continued to write, to see patients, to smoke his cigars in the garden of his London home. His routine remained, a fragile but unbroken thread. What endures most from Freud's philosophy is not just his theories, but his insistence on looking inward, on daring to ask why we are the way we are. He believed that self-knowledge was the beginning of freedom, that by confronting our hidden selves, we might find a way to live more fully. Out of your vulnerabilities will come your strength, he once said. And so, as the night deepens and the mind begins to drift, we might think of Freud's quiet study, the lamplight flickering over his papers, the smoke of his cigar curling into the air. His life was a testament to the power of curiosity, to the belief that even in the darkest corners of the human soul, there is something worth uncovering. And perhaps, in that thought, there is a kind of comfort, a reminder that understanding, however slowly it comes, is always within reach, like the soft, steady rhythm of breath, leading us gently into sleep, with each breath becoming slower and deeper. let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. From the very beginning, Freud's path was not an easy one. Born into a modest Jewish family in Moravia, then part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, he grew up in a world that often seemed indifferent, if not hostile, to his ambitions. His father, a wool merchant, struggled to provide for the family, and their frequent moves, first to Leipzig, then to Vienna, left young Siegmund with a sense of impermanence, a quiet awareness that life could shift beneath his feet without warning. Yet even as a child, he showed a remarkable resilience, burying himself in books, finding solace in the steady rhythm of learning. When he entered the University of Vienna to study medicine, he faced another challenge, the quiet but persistent undercurrent of anti-Semitism. Academia was not always welcoming to a young Jewish man, no matter how brilliant. Some professors dismissed him, others refused to acknowledge his work, but Freud did not let this deter him. Instead, he turned inward, focusing on his studies with an almost monastic dedication. He spent long hours in the laboratory, dissecting eels to understand their reproductive systems, losing himself in the meticulous work of research. It was here that he first learned the power of patience, that some truths reveal themselves only to those who wait. Yet, even his early career was marked by struggle. After graduating, he hoped to secure a position at the university, but the doors remained closed. Instead, he took a position at Vienna General Hospital, working long shifts in neurology, treating patients with nervous disorders. The work was exhausting, often thankless, but it gave him something invaluable, first-hand experience with the human mind in distress. He began to notice patterns, how physical symptoms often had no clear physical cause, how trauma could linger in the body like an unspoken secret. These observations would later form the foundation of psychoanalysis. But at the time, they were little more than quiet questions in the back of his mind. One of his greatest professional setbacks came with his early work on cocaine. Convinced of its potential as a miracle drug, Freud published enthusiastic research, even recommending it to a close friend suffering from morphine addiction. But when his friend spiraled into dependency, and when others began to see the darker side of the substance, Freud's reputation suffered. The medical community turned skeptical, and for a time, he was seen as reckless, even dangerous. It was a humbling experience, one that forced him to confront his own fallibility. But rather than retreat, he used the failure as a lesson. He became more cautious, more methodical, learning to temper his enthusiasm with rigor. Then came the greatest challenge of his early career, the resistance to his theories. When Freud first proposed that unconscious desires shaped human behavior, that childhood experiences left indelible marks on the adult psyche, he was met with disbelief, even ridicule. Colleagues dismissed his ideas as absurd. Medical journals rejected his papers. In private, some whispered that he was obsessed with sex, that his theories were perverse. Even his mentor, the esteemed neurologist Jean-Martin Charcot, gently warned him against pursuing such controversial ideas, but Freud did not waver. Instead, he turned to his patients, listening to their stories with an almost reverent attention. He sat for hours in his consulting room, the curtains drawn against the noise of Vienna, letting them speak of dreams, of forgotten memories, of fears they could not name. Slowly, painstakingly, he began to piece together a new understanding of the mind, one that acknowledged its shadows, its contradictions. And though the world was slow to accept it, he continued to write, to lecture, to refine his ideas, finding strength in the very act of persistence. His personal life, too, was not without hardship. The death of his father in 1896 plunged him into a deep melancholy, a grief so profound it forced him to turn his analytical eye inward. He began analyzing his own dreams, his own fears, uncovering layers of unresolved emotion. It was during this period that he developed some of his most enduring theories about mourning, about the Oedipus complex, about the ways the past lingers in the present. Even in sorrow, he found a kind of clarity. Financial struggles followed him for much of his life. Despite his growing reputation, psychoanalysis was not a lucrative profession, and Freud often worried about providing for his wife, Martha, and their 6 children. There were times when patients were scarce, when bills piled up, when the future felt uncertain. Yet, he refused to compromise his work, choosing instead to live simply, to find joy in the small rituals, his daily walks through Vienna, his collection of antiquities, the quiet evenings spent reading by lamplight. And then, of course, there were the later years, the rise of Nazism, the burning of his books in Berlin, the ominous signs that his world was unraveling. When the Germans annexed Austria in 1938, Freud, then in his 80s and battling cancer, was forced to flee the city he had called home for nearly 80 years. With the help of friends and admirers, including Princess Marie Bonaparte, he secured passage to London. It was a bittersweet departure. He loved Vienna, its cafes, its intellectual circles, the familiar streets he had walked for decades, yet he left without bitterness, carrying only his most precious possessions: his manuscripts, his collection of ancient figurines, his unwavering curiosity. Even in exile, as his health declined, he continued to work. His London study became a sanctuary, filled with the same books, the same artifacts, as if he had recreated a small piece of Vienna in this foreign land. He saw patients, wrote letters, smoked his cigars, refusing to let illness or circumstance dictate the rhythm of his days. When his cancer made speaking difficult, he wrote notes instead. When pain kept him awake at night, he used those quiet hours to think, to reflect. What is remarkable about Freud's life is not that he avoided hardship, but how he met it with quiet determination, with an unshakable belief in the power of the mind to endure. He understood that setbacks were not interruptions to life, but part of its fabric. That in every obstacle, there was something to be learned, some hidden truth to be uncovered. And so, as the night grows deeper and the world outside grows still, we might imagine Freud in his study, the soft glow of the lamp illuminating his papers, the faint scent of tobacco lingering in the air. His life was not one of unbroken triumph, but of steady persistence, a reminder that even in the face of doubt, of loss, of exile, the work continues, the questions remain, and perhaps there is comfort in that, in knowing that understanding is not a destination, but a journey, slow and meandering, like the gentle drift of thought just before sleep. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. Beneath the well-known image of Siegmund Freud, the stern father of psychoanalysis, peering through round spectacles, surrounded by patients and theories, there existed a man of quiet contradictions, private passions, and unexpected tenderness. Few knew, for instance, that he had a deep, almost childlike love for collecting antiquities. His study in Vienna, and later in London, wasn't just a workspace, but a carefully curated museum of the past. He would spend hours arranging tiny statues of Egyptian gods, Greek goddesses, and Roman emperors on his desk, as if their silent presence anchored him to something timeless. These weren't just decorations, they were companions, witnesses to his thoughts as he wrote late into the night. Sometimes, when wrestling with a particularly stubborn idea, he would reach out and absently run his fingers over the smooth surface of a stone figure, as though drawing wisdom from the ancient world. And then there were his mushrooms. Few people realize that Freud was an avid amateur mycologist, fascinated by the mysterious world of fungi. During long walks in the Vienna woods, or later, in the English countryside, he would carry a small notebook, jotting down observations about the mushrooms he encountered. He once confessed in a letter to a friend that he found something almost poetic in their fleeting existence, how they appeared overnight, flourished briefly, then vanished again, like dreams rising from the unconscious. It was a quiet, solitary pleasure, far removed from the intensity of his clinical work. He also had a playful side, one that rarely made its way into the serious discussions of his theories. Freud adored dogs, especially his beloved Chow Chow, Jofi, who became a fixture in his consulting room. Patients would later recall how the dog would settle near the couch during sessions, her calm presence softening the atmosphere. Freud insisted that Jofi had an uncanny ability to sense distress. She would move closer to patients who were struggling, as if offering silent comfort. To him, animals possessed an instinctual wisdom that humans had lost, and he often found more solace in their company than in the chatter of people. Then there was his relationship with money, a topic he rarely discussed, but which revealed another layer of his pragmatism. Despite his later fame, Freud was deeply concerned with financial security, a fear rooted in the hardships of his early years. He kept meticulous records of his earnings, calculating fees with precision, and was known to adjust his rates for patients who couldn't afford his usual charges. He once admitted in a letter that he envied artists who could live for their work without worrying about income. But for him, money was a necessary tool, one that allowed him the freedom to think, to write, to explore the mind without the distraction of want. His superstitions, too, were an odd counterpoint to his scientific mind. He had a peculiar habit of numbering his manuscripts in a way that would add up to significant dates, birthdays, anniversaries, as if weaving secret patterns into his work. He carried a small talisman in his pocket, a gift from a patient, and though he would never admit to believing in its power, he would touch it absent-mindedly during moments of doubt. These small rituals hinted at a man who, despite his insistence on rationality, understood that the human mind often clings to symbols, to little comforts that defy logic. Perhaps most surprising was his love of travel, though he is often pictured in his study, buried in books. Freud was an enthusiastic traveler when his health allowed. He adored Rome with an almost romantic fervor, visiting the city multiple times despite his fear of trains. Standing before Michelangelo's Moses, he would lose himself in contemplation, later describing the statue as a silent conversation between artist and observer. He loved the bustle of Italian cafes, the slow pace of Mediterranean afternoons, the way time seemed to stretch in the warm southern light. Travel, for him, was not escape, but renewal, a way to step outside the confines of routine and see the world with fresh eyes. And then there were his quiet acts of kindness, rarely recorded, but deeply felt by those who knew him. He would slip money to struggling students, no questions asked. He wrote long, thoughtful letters to friends and colleagues going through difficult times, offering advice that was firm but never cold. When his daughter Anna faced professional skepticism as a young psychoanalyst, he supported her work without interference, allowing her to find her own voice, a rare gift from a father of such towering reputation. Even in his final years, as pain became a constant companion, he maintained small rituals that anchored him. He insisted on shaving himself every morning, a stubborn act of normalcy. He would select a cigar with deliberate care, savoring the ritual of lighting it, even when his doctors urged him to stop. And in the evenings, when the weight of illness made writing difficult, he would sit by the window, watching the London dusk settle over the garden, Jophie curled at his feet. These fragments, his love of mushrooms, his superstitions, his quiet generosity, paint a picture not of the austere theorist, but of a man who found meaning in the smallest things, a man who, despite his towering intellect, took joy in the ordinary. A dog's loyalty, the scent of a cigar, the smooth weight of an ancient artifact in his hand. So, as the night deepens and the mind begins to drift, imagine him there, not as a figure frozen in history, but as a man who laughed at his own quirks, who found comfort in rituals, who carried both brilliance and fragility in equal measure. His life was not just one of ideas, but of small human moments that remind us that even the greatest minds are, in the end, beautifully, imperfectly human. And perhaps in that thought, there is a quiet comfort, a gentle lullaby for the wandering mind, easing it softly into sleep. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. Imagine Vienna in the late 19th century, a city humming with contradictions, where gas lamps flickered against grand boulevards and horse-drawn carriages clattered over cobblestones. This was the world Siegmund Freud was born into in 1856, a time when empires still stretched across continents, when Queen Victoria ruled Britain and the United States was still stitching itself back together after the Civil War. Europe was a patchwork of monarchies and rising nationalisms, a world on the cusp of modernity, but still deeply rooted in tradition. Freud's childhood unfolded in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, a sprawling, multi-ethnic state where German, Hungarian, Czech, and Yiddish voices mingled in the streets. Vienna was its glittering heart, a city of coffee houses where artists, scientists, and philosophers gathered to debate the future. Yet beneath the surface, tensions simmered, anti-Semitism was rising, and the old order was beginning to crack. Freud, a Jewish boy in a predominantly Catholic city, would have felt these undercurrents, even as he lost himself in books, dreaming of scientific discovery. As he grew, so too did the world around him. The 1870s and 1880s were an age of invention: telephones, electric lights, railroads shrinking distances between cities. Freud trained as a physician just as germ theory was revolutionizing medicine, as scientists like Louis Pasteur and Robert Koch proved that microscopic organisms caused disease. Yet the mind remained a mystery. Psychiatry at the time was crude, often treating mental illness with cold baths or confinement. Freud, ever curious, wondered if there was another way. His early career coincided with the Belle Epoque, a period of optimism before the devastation of World War I Paris dazzled with impressionist paintings. Vienna seethed with the radical music of Gustav Mahler, and writers like Thomas Mann and Marcel Proust were beginning to explore the inner lives of their characters. It was an era obsessed with progress. Yet Freud sensed something darker beneath the surface. His patients, mostly well-to-do women suffering from hysteria, spoke of repressed desires, of childhood traumas buried deep. Society preached strict morality, but Freud suspected that human nature was far more complex. In 1899, he published The Interpretation of Dreams Asterisk, a book that would quietly upend Western thought. At the time, dreams were considered meaningless, but Freud argued they were the royal road to the unconscious, a hidden world of symbols and suppressed wishes. The book sold poorly at first, dismissed as too scandalous, too strange, yet slowly, his ideas seeped into the cultural imagination. By the early 1900s, his theories were being debated in salons and universities, even as critics mocked his focus on sexuality. The Victorian era had preached restraint, but Freud insisted that desire was a fundamental force, shaping everything from art to neurosis. Meanwhile, the world was changing in ways no one could have predicted. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in 1914 plunged Europe into war, shattering the old order. Freud, now in his late 50s, watched as his sons were drafted. As Vienna's streets grew empty and hungry, the war forced him to confront human aggression on an unimaginable scale, leading him to revise his earlier optimism. In 1920, he introduced the concept of the death drive, the idea that humans are drawn not just to pleasure, but also to destruction. It was a grim theory, born from the trenches and the broken bodies returning home. The interwar years brought both triumph and tragedy. Freud's fame spread, his ideas influenced literature, art, even advertising. Surrealists like Salvador Dali embraced psychoanalysis, painting melting clocks and fractured faces that seemed ripped straight from the unconscious. Yet, as the 1930s dawned, so too did fascism. Hitler's rise in Germany sent shockwaves through Europe, and Freud, now in his 70s, refused to leave Vienna even as Nazi thugs ransacked his publishing house. It was only in 1938, after Germany annexed Austria and his daughter Anna was briefly arrested, that he finally fled to London, an old man carrying his most precious antiquities, his dog Jofi by his side. His final year was spent in exile, watching the world he knew collapse. The newspapers spoke of impending war, of borders redrawn by violence. Yet even then, Freud clung to routine: his morning shave, his evening cigar, the quiet companionship of his chow chow. He died in September 1939, just as World War II began. His theories, now part of the cultural fabric. His name synonymous with the hidden depths of the mind. And so, as the night stretches on, think of him not just as the father of psychoanalysis, but as a man who lived through seismic shifts, who saw horse-drawn carriages give way to automobiles, gaslight to electricity, empires to nations. His ideas were shaped by his time, by the anxieties and contradictions of an era hurtling toward modernity. Yet in the end, he remained, like all of us, a creature of habit, finding solace in small things, the warmth of a dog at his feet, the slow curl of smoke from a cigar, the quiet certainty of ritual. And perhaps in that thought, there is a kind of peace, a reminder that even in turbulent times, there are moments of stillness, of ordinary grace, waiting to be noticed, like embers glowing softly in the dark. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Siegmund Freud's influence rippled outward like gentle waves in a vast, still pond, touching corners of culture, and thought far beyond the walls of his Vienna study. At first, his theories were met with skepticism, even disdain, by the medical establishment of the late 19th century. The idea that our deepest desires, fears, and memories lay hidden beneath the surface of consciousness, shaping our behavior in ways we couldn't fully grasp, struck many as outlandish, but slowly, like the steady drip of water shaping stone, his ideas began to seep into the collective imagination, transforming not just psychology, but art, literature, film, and even the way ordinary people understood their own dreams and anxieties. One of the earliest and most profound impacts of Freud's work was on the world of art. The Surrealists, those painters and poets who sought to capture the unfiltered workings of the mind, found in Freud a kindred spirit. Salvador Dali's melting clocks, floating eyes, and disjointed landscapes seemed plucked straight from the realm of dreams, where logic dissolved and the unconscious took over. André Breton, the founder of Surrealism, openly declared psychoanalysis as the movement's guiding light, urging artists to bypass reason and tap into the raw, untamed currents of the psyche. Even those who had never read a word of Freud's writing absorbed his ideas secondhand. Through the distorted faces and impossible geometries that now hung in galleries across Europe, art would never be the same again, no longer bound by the strict rules of realism. It became a mirror for the hidden self. Literature, too, felt Freud's touch. Writers began to experiment with stream-of-consciousness narration, letting their characters' thoughts spill onto the page in an unfiltered rush, just as they might in the mind. James Joyce's Ulysses Asterisk, Virginia Woolf's Mrs. Dalloway Asterisk, even the fragmented, haunted prose of Franz Kafka, all bore traces of Freud's insistence that the human mind was not a neat, orderly thing, but a labyrinth of memories, desires, and fears. The novel, once a vehicle for straightforward storytelling, became a tool for probing the depths of the soul. And in turn, readers found themselves looking inward, recognizing their own inner conflicts in the struggles of fictional characters. Even the world of advertising, that most practical and profit-driven of enterprises, could not resist the pull of Freud's ideas. His nephew, Edward Bernays, became one of the pioneers of modern public relations, applying psychoanalytic principles to shape consumer desires. If people were driven by unconscious urges, Bernays reasoned, then products could be sold not just on their practical merits, but by appealing to hidden longings for status, for security, for love. The cigarette, once a simple pleasure, became a symbol of liberation for women in the 1920s, thanks to carefully crafted campaigns that tapped into deeper cultural anxieties and aspirations. It was a strange twist of fate. Freud, who had spent his life uncovering the hidden forces of the mind, now saw those very forces harnessed to sell soap, cars, and political candidates. But Freud's influence was not confined to the arts and commerce. His ideas reshaped parenting, education, even criminal justice. The notion that childhood experiences could shape adult behavior led to new approaches in child-rearing, with parents encouraged to pay attention to their children's emotional needs rather than simply enforcing strict discipline. Teachers began to consider the psychological dimensions of learning, understanding that fear or anxiety could block a student's ability to absorb knowledge. In the courtroom, the concept of the unconscious motive began to creep into legal arguments, suggesting that a crime might stem not from pure rationality, but from buried trauma or compulsion. Slowly, the world was coming to see human behavior as something more complex, more mysterious than it had ever imagined. Of course, not everyone embraced Freud's theories. Some found them too deterministic, too focused on primal instincts like sex and aggression. Others, particularly in the medical field, dismissed psychoanalysis as unscientific, lacking the rigor of laboratory experiments or measurable data. Even within his own circle, dissent grew. Carl Jung, once Freud's closest disciple, broke away to form his own school of thought, arguing that the unconscious was not just a repository of repressed desires, but a wellspring of creativity and spiritual meaning. And yet, despite the critiques, Freud's terminology, words like ego, id, Oedipus complex, Freudian slip, slipped into everyday language, becoming shorthand for the unseen forces that shaped thoughts and actions. As the decades passed, Freud's reputation waxed and waned. In the mid-20th century, his ideas dominated psychiatry, with psychoanalysis considered the gold standard for treating mental illness. But by the 1970s and 80s, the rise of behavioral therapy and pharmaceuticals shifted the field toward more immediate, measurable treatments. Critics accused Freud of being unscientific, of constructing elaborate theories without sufficient evidence, even of imposing his own biases onto his patients. And yet, even as his clinical methods fell out of favor, his cultural influence never truly faded. Because Freud had done something more profound than invent a therapeutic technique. He had changed the way people saw themselves. Before Freud, the mind was often understood in terms of morality or willpower. A troubled person was seen as weak or sinful. Freud introduced the idea that our struggles might stem from forces beyond our immediate awareness, that we were not always the rational masters of our own minds. This shift in perspective was, in its own way, a kind of liberation. It allowed for compassion, for the understanding that suffering was not always a failure of character, but often the result of unseen wounds. And so, as the years rolled on, Freud's legacy endured, not as an unchallenged authority, but as a foundational voice in the ongoing conversation about what it means to be human. His work inspired feminists who explored the psychology of gender, postmodernists who deconstructed the very idea of a stable self, even neuroscientists who sought the biological roots of unconscious processes. His name became a cultural touchstone, invoked in movies where characters lie on analysts' couches, in jokes about dream symbolism, in late-night conversations about why we do the things we do. Perhaps the most enduring testament to Freud's impact is how ordinary his ideas now seem. The notion that dreams might mean something, that childhood shapes us, that we are not always fully in control of our actions. These concepts feel like common sense today, but they were not always so. Freud, with his quiet persistence, his willingness to listen to the whispers of the mind, helped make them so. And so, as the night deepens and the world outside grows still, it's worth reflecting on how one man's thoughts could ripple so far, touching so many lives in ways both seen and unseen. Freud's work reminds us that beneath the surface of everyday life, there are depths waiting to be explored, not just in the abstract realm of theory, but in the quiet moments of our own minds, in the dreams that flit through our sleep, in the half-remembered fragments of childhood that still shape who we are. And perhaps in that thought, there is a kind of comfort. For if the mind is vast and mysterious, then so too are its capacities for healing, for growth, for change. The same unconscious that harbors our fears also holds our creativity, our resilience, our ability to find meaning even in the darkest of times. So let the breath slow, let the thoughts drift, and know that somewhere in the quiet of the night, the echoes of Freud's work still linger, not as dogma, but as an invitation to look inward, to listen, and to understand. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story, in the quiet hours of the evening, when the mind drifts between wakefulness and sleep. There is something soothing about revisiting the small, often overlooked moments of a great thinker's life, those fragments that reveal the person behind the legend. Siegmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis, was a man of many layers, and his life was filled with anecdotes that paint a richer, more human portrait of him. Let us wander through a few of these stories, allowing them to unfold gently, like the slow turning of pages in an old book. One of the lesser-known facts about Freud is his deep love for antiquities. His study in Vienna was filled with ancient statues, Egyptian figurines, and Roman artifacts, arranged carefully on shelves and desks, as if they were silent witnesses to his work. He once remarked that he read more archaeology than psychology, and this passion was more than a hobby. It was a metaphor for his work. Just as an archaeologist digs through layers of earth to uncover lost civilizations, Freud sought to unearth the buried layers of the human mind. on quiet afternoons, he would often hold one of these small statues, turning it over in his hands as he pondered a patient's dream or a stubborn case of hysteria. There was something comforting in the weight of history, the sense that human struggles were not new, but timeless. Another quiet moment from Freud's life took place in his early years, long before he became famous as a young doctor. He worked tirelessly in Vienna's General Hospital, often staying late into the night to study the nervous system under the dim glow of gas lamps. One evening, exhausted from hours of dissecting eel brains in search of their reproductive organs, a task that had confounded scientists for years, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Just then, a thought drifted into his mind, so simple yet profound. Perhaps not all mysteries could be solved under a microscope. Perhaps some answers lay in the stories people told, in the way they spoke of their pains and fears. It was a fleeting idea, one that would take years to fully form. But in that quiet room, surrounded by the faint scent of formaldehyde, the seed of psychoanalysis was planted. Freud's relationship with his patients was often as revealing as his theories. Was not actually his own patient, but that of his colleague Joseph Breuer. Yet it was Freud who listened intently as Breuer described her symptoms: paralysis, hallucinations, a split consciousness, and saw in them not madness, but a mind trying to speak in symbols. Anna O herself had called their method the talking cure, a phrase that would become central to Freud's work. The idea hung in the air between them, as delicate as smoke. Even Freud's personal habits carried a kind of quiet significance. He was a man of routine, rising early to write before seeing patients, always taking his afternoon walk along the same streets of Vienna. He had a particular fondness for mushrooms, especially the ones he gathered himself during summer trips to the countryside. On one such outing, he and his daughter Anna spent hours in a sun-dappled forest, carefully picking their way through the undergrowth. Freud, ever the observer, noticed how Anna hesitated before plucking each mushroom. As if uncertain whether it was the right one, he smiled and said, "The mind is like a forest, my dear." It was a small moment, but one that stayed with her, much like his other quiet lessons. Then there was Freud's famous cigar, a constant companion through years of writing and contemplation. He smoked as many as 20 a day, believing it helped him think, though he was well aware of the irony. Here was a man who explored the unconscious, yet could not break free from his own habit. The line would become one of his most quoted, though few knew it was spoken not in a lecture hall, but in the comfortable clutter of his office, with the afternoon light filtering through the curtains. Even in his later years, as illness and the rise of Nazism forced him to leave Vienna for London, Freud retained his quiet curiosity. His final home in Hampstead was filled with the same beloved antiquities, now arranged in new surroundings. One evening, as he sat in his garden listening to the distant hum of the city, his physician asked if he ever regretted the controversies his work had sparked. It was a simple statement, yet it carried the weight of a lifetime's work. And so, as the night deepens and the world outside grows still, we might imagine Freud himself in his study, surrounded by his statues and papers, the scent of tobacco lingering in the air. His life was not just a series of great discoveries, but of small, meaningful moments. A conversation over coffee, a walk in the forest, a quiet realization in the dim light of a laboratory. These are the fragments that remind us that even the most brilliant minds are human, shaped by the same small joys and struggles as anyone else. Perhaps, as sleep draws nearer, there is comfort in that thought, for if Freud's work teaches us anything, it is that beneath the grand theories and the weight of history, there are always quiet stories waiting to be heard. And in listening to them, we might better understand not just him, but ourselves. So let the breath slow, let the thoughts drift, and know that somewhere in the shadows of memory, these small moments still linger soft, unassuming, and full of quiet wisdom. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In the quiet twilight of his life, Siegmund Freud found himself in a world that had both embraced and rejected his ideas with equal fervor. His final years in London were marked by a bittersweet tranquility, a refuge from the storm of political upheaval that had driven him from Vienna. The house in Hampstead, with its sunlit rooms and familiar artifacts, became a sanctuary where he could reflect on the winding path his work had taken. Though his body was weakened by illness, the relentless progression of jaw cancer that had plagued him for years, his mind remained sharp, ever curious, ever questioning. Even as the pain grew more insistent, Freud continued to write, his words flowing onto the page with the same deliberate care they always had. His final book, Moses and Monotheism Asterisk, was a testament to his lifelong fascination with religion, mythology, and the hidden forces shaping human history. It was a controversial work, as so many of his writings had been, challenging long-held beliefs about the origins of faith. Some dismissed it as the speculative musings of an aging scholar, while others saw in it the same penetrating insight that had once revolutionized psychology. But Freud, ever the realist, knew that his time for debate was running short. He wrote not for immediate acceptance, but for the future, for the slow, unfolding understanding of generations yet to come. Visitors to his home during those last years often remarked on the quiet dignity with which he faced his suffering. His study, still lined with the ancient statues and artifacts he had collected over a lifetime, remained a place of contemplation. The faint scent of cigar smoke, though his doctors had long forbidden it, sometimes still lingered in the air, a small rebellion against the inevitable. He would sit by the window, gazing out at the garden, where the rustling leaves and distant sounds of the city created a gentle backdrop to his thoughts. In those moments, one could almost forget the pain that shadowed him. The way his hands trembled as he reached for a pen or adjusted his spectacles. The reception of his work during these final years was as varied as it had ever been. Some of his closest colleagues, like Carl Jung and Alfred Adler, had long since parted ways with him, forging their own paths in psychology. The psychoanalytic movement he had founded was now a sprawling, sometimes fractious field, with new theories and interpretations emerging all the time. And yet, despite the disagreements, Freud's influence was undeniable. His ideas had seeped into literature, art, and even everyday language. Words like unconscious, repression, and Oedipus complex were now part of the cultural lexicon, used by people who might never have read a single page of his writing. There was something almost poetic in the way his theories had taken root far beyond the confines of academia. Ordinary people began to see their own lives through the lens of his insights, the hidden desires, the forgotten traumas, the way childhood experiences shaped the adults they became. It was as if Freud had given the world a new language for understanding itself, one that acknowledged the messy, often irrational depths of the human psyche. And though not everyone agreed with him, few could deny that he had changed the conversation forever. As his health declined, Freud's reflections on his own life took on a quieter, more introspective tone. He had always been a man of contradictions, brilliant yet stubborn, revolutionary yet deeply traditional in his personal habits. He had spent decades peeling back the layers of the mind. Yet there were aspects of his own inner world that remained enigmatic even to him. In letters to friends and in conversations with his daughter Anna, who had become both his caretaker and intellectual heir, he sometimes mused on the strange arc of his career. The young neurologist who had once struggled to secure a university position had become one of the most famous and infamous thinkers of his age. He had been called a genius and a fraud, a liberator and a provocateur. His theories had been praised as groundbreaking and condemned as dangerous. And through it all, he had remained steadfast in his belief that understanding the unconscious was not just an academic exercise, but a vital step toward healing. Even in his final days, when speech became difficult and the pain demanded increasing doses of morphine, he never wavered in his conviction that truth, however uncomfortable, was worth pursuing. When Freud passed away on September 23, 1939, the world mourned the loss of a towering intellect. But it was the personal tributes that spoke most eloquently to his legacy. Former patients, colleagues, and even those who had once been his fiercest critics acknowledged the profound impact he had left on their lives. His funeral was a quiet affair, as he would have wanted, but the ripples of his work continued to spread outward, touching countless lives in ways he could never have anticipated. In the decades that followed, psychoanalysis would evolve, splinter, and sometimes fall out of favor. But Freud's central insight, that the mind is a vast, uncharted territory, shaped by forces beyond our immediate awareness, would endure. Modern neuroscience would later confirm some of his ideas while challenging others. But the questions he asked remained as relevant as ever. What drives us? What haunts us? And how much of who we are lies beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered? As the years turned into generations, Freud's name became more than just that of a historical figure. It became a symbol of the never-ending quest to understand the self. His books, once controversial, now sat on shelves in libraries and homes around the world. Their pages worn by readers seeking wisdom, solace, or simply the thrill of encountering a mind unafraid to explore the unknown. And so, as the night grows deeper and the world outside settles into silence, we might imagine Freud not as a distant historical figure, but as a man who once sat in a lamplit study, turning over ideas in his mind, just as we turn over our own thoughts in the quiet hours. His legacy is not just in the theories he left behind, but in the permission he gave us to look inward, to acknowledge our fears, our desires, our hidden wounds, and in doing so, to find a deeper, more compassionate understanding of ourselves and others. There is a gentle comfort in knowing that even the greatest minds are made up of ordinary moments. A cup of coffee shared with a friend, the weight of a book in one's hands, the soft sigh of evening settling over a garden, and perhaps, as sleep finally begins to claim us, we can rest in the thought that somewhere in the quiet spaces between waking and dreaming, Freud's questions still linger, inviting us to explore the mysteries within. The breath slows, the mind drifts, and for a moment, the boundaries between past and present, between his story and ours, grow beautifully indistinct. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. Siegmund Freud's legacy is like a quiet river, flowing through the landscape of modern thought, shaping the way we understand the mind, dreams, and even the stories we tell about ourselves. His ideas, once met with skepticism, have seeped into the fabric of psychology, literature, art, and even everyday conversation. The words he gave us, repression, the unconscious, the Oedipus complex, have become part of the language we use to describe the hidden corners of human experience. In the stillness of the night, when thoughts drift like leaves on a slow-moving stream, we might consider how Freud's influence has endured. His theories were never meant to be static, frozen in time like artifacts behind glass. Instead, they were seeds, scattered into the wind, taking root in the minds of those who would come after him, some nurturing his ideas, others pruning them, but always engaging with them in ways he could never have fully anticipated. One of the most profound ways Freud's legacy lives on is in the practice of psychotherapy itself. Though modern psychology has evolved far beyond his early methods. The very notion of sitting with a patient, listening to their fears and dreams, tracing the threads of their unconscious, remains deeply indebted to his work. The talking cure, as he once called it, has transformed into countless forms: cognitive behavioral therapy, trauma-informed care, even mindfulness-based approaches, each one carrying echoes of Freud's insistence that healing begins with understanding the stories we tell ourselves. Some of his closest followers, like Carl Jung and Melanie Klein, took his ideas in new directions, expanding the map of the psyche in ways Freud himself might not have imagined. Jung, for instance, wandered into the realm of archetypes and the collective unconscious, suggesting that our dreams are not just personal, but woven from the myths and symbols of all humanity. Klein turned her attention to the earliest whispers of the mind, exploring how infants form their first emotional bonds, a tender and delicate inquiry that still informs child psychology today. And then there were those who challenged Freud directly, gently pulling apart his theories to see what might still hold true. Feminist thinkers, for example, questioned his views on femininity, offering new ways to understand desire and identity. Later psychologists like Erik Erikson built upon Freud's stages of development, adding layers of social and cultural context, reminding us that we grow not in isolation, but in the embrace of the world around us. Even outside the world of therapy, Freud's shadow lingers. Writers and artists have long been drawn to his ideas, using them to explore the depths of their characters or the mysteries of their own creativity. The surrealists, with their dreamlike paintings and disjointed narratives, were deeply inspired by Freud's work on the unconscious. Salvador Dali's melting clocks, the fractured poetry of André Breton. These were attempts to capture the fluid, illogical language of the mind that Freud had dared to describe. In film, too, his influence is unmistakable. Alfred Hitchcock, with his suspenseful unraveling of hidden desires, often played with Freudian themes, crafting stories where the past returns to haunt the present, where a simple slip of the tongue reveals a buried truth. Even today, modern filmmakers weave psychological depth into their stories, letting characters wrestle with inner demons in ways that would feel familiar to Freud's patients on his famous couch. And then there are the quieter, more personal ways his legacy lives on. Think of how often we speak of Freudian slips, those accidental words that betray our true thoughts, or how we joke about analyzing our dreams over breakfast. These small, everyday references are proof of how deeply his ideas have settled into our collective consciousness, becoming part of the way we make sense of ourselves and each other. Institutions, too, carry his legacy forward. The Freud Museum in London, where he spent his final years, preserves his study just as he left it, filled with books, antiquities, and the famous couch where his patients reclined. It is a place of quiet reflection, where visitors can almost hear the murmur of conversations that once filled those rooms. Universities still teach his theories, not as gospel, but as a foundation, a starting point for new generations of thinkers to build upon, question, and reinterpret. Perhaps the most beautiful thing about Freud's legacy is that it is alive, still breathing, still shifting. Modern neuroscience, for instance, has both confirmed and contradicted his ideas, showing, for example, that memory is far more fluid than he realized, yet also revealing how deeply trauma can etch itself into the brain. Researchers now speak of the embodied mind, of how emotions are not just in the head, but in the body itself, a concept Freud hinted at when he wrote of hysterical symptoms manifesting as physical pain, and in the soft hours before sleep, when the mind begins to untether from the day's demands. We might think of how Freud's questions still resonate. Why do we dream? What do our slips and stumbles reveal? How do the wounds of childhood whisper through our adult lives? These are not just academic questions. They are deeply human ones, as relevant now as they were a century ago. Freud himself once wrote that the goal of psychoanalysis was to transform hysterical misery into common unhappiness, a modest, almost humble aspiration. He did not promise perfect healing, only the possibility of understanding, of finding meaning in the messiness of being human, and in that, his legacy is not just in the theories he left behind, but in the permission he gave us to be curious about ourselves, to sit with our contradictions, to recognize that even our strangest dreams might have something to tell us. So as the night deepens and the world grows still, we might imagine Freud's ideas as a quiet companion, a voice that reminds us it is okay to look inward, to ask why, to sit with the mysteries without rushing for answers. His legacy is not a monument to be admired from a distance, but a living conversation, one that continues in therapists' offices, in artist studios, in the quiet thoughts we turn over in the dark. And as sleep finally begins to pull us under, we can rest in the knowledge that the exploration of the mind is never truly finished. Freud's work was just the beginning, a single lantern lit in the vast darkness of human consciousness, but its light still flickers, guiding those who come after, inviting us all to keep asking, keep wondering, keep dreaming. The breath slows, the thoughts soften, and in that gentle space between waking and sleep, the past and present blur, and we are all part of the same endless, tender inquiry into what it means to be human. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. The figure of Siegmund Freud, wrapped in the haze of time and popular imagination, has become something of a myth himself, often reduced to a few familiar images. The bearded father of psychoanalysis, the man who spoke of dreams and the unconscious, the one who supposedly blamed everything on childhood and sex. But like all myths, These simplifications smooth over the rough edges of reality, obscuring the deeper, more nuanced truth of who he was and what he truly believed. As the night settles around us, let us gently untangle some of these misconceptions, not with the sharp pull of argument, but with the slow, patient unraveling of a story told in whispers. One of the most persistent myths is that Freud believed all human behavior could be boiled down to repressed sexual desires. It's an idea that has been exaggerated, caricatured, sometimes even mocked, turned into a shorthand for his entire philosophy. But Freud's thinking was never so rigid. Yes, he did explore the role of sexuality in human development, particularly in early childhood, but he also wrote extensively about aggression, about the fear of death, about the ways we defend ourselves against pain. His concept of the libido was never just about sex, but about life energy in its broadest sense, the drive to create, to connect, to survive. If we listen closely to his words, we hear a man wrestling with the full spectrum of human experience, not reducing it to a single cause. Another common misunderstanding is that Freud saw himself as a kind of all-knowing decoder of the unconscious, that he believed he could uncover the true meaning of a dream or a slip of the tongue with absolute certainty. But in truth, he often emphasized the ambiguity of interpretation. He knew that the unconscious speaks in riddles, that symbols shift and change depending on the dreamer. That meaning is always partial, always unfolding. He once compared the analyst to an archaeologist, carefully brushing away layers of dust, not to declare a final truth, but to invite curiosity, to open a conversation. His work was less about solving mysteries than about learning to sit with them, to let them speak in their own time. Then there is the idea that Freud dismissed the importance of real, external trauma, that he turned away from the suffering of his patients, insisting their pain was all in their minds. This misunderstanding stems from a complex chapter in his early career, when he first proposed that many of his hysterical patients had experienced childhood sexual abuse, only to later reconsider his theory. Some have taken this shift as proof that he abandoned trauma altogether, but the reality is more subtle. Freud never denied that real harm could shape the psyche. Instead, he came to believe that fantasy and memory were often intertwined, that the mind could not always neatly separate what had happened from what it feared or desired. His later work on trauma, particularly in the shadow of World War I, shows how deeply he grappled with the ways the mind tries to survive unbearable pain. Perhaps the most overlooked aspect of Freud's legacy is his humility. He made no promises of cure, no grand claims of perfect self-knowledge. He knew that therapy was slow, that understanding was always incomplete, that the work of being human was messy and never finished. This quiet acceptance of imperfection is a far cry from the caricature of Freud as a dogmatic thinker with all the answers. Even the famous couch, that symbol of psychoanalysis, is often misunderstood. It wasn't a tool of passive submission, as if the patient were meant to lie there, while the analyst dictated the meaning of their life. Freud's couch was an invitation to speak freely, to let the mind wander without the pressure of the analyst's gaze. It was a space for collaboration, for discovery, not for one-sided revelation. The silence of the analyst, so often parodied as aloof or mysterious, was meant to be a kind of listening, a way of making room for the patient's own voice to emerge. And what of Freud's personal life? The myths here are just as persistent. He is sometimes painted as a cold, detached intellectual, a man more interested in theories than in people. But those who knew him spoke of his warmth, his humor, his deep love for his children and his friends. He collected antiquities not as a sterile hobby, but because he saw in them echoes of the human past, fragments of stories that resonated with his work. He wrote tender letters, mourned losses deeply, and even in his old age, fleeing the Nazis, he carried with him a sense of wonder at the mind's resilience. The Freud of popular culture is often a flattened version of the real man, shorn of his contradictions, his doubts, his evolving ideas. He was a thinker who changed his mind, who admitted when he was wrong, who left behind some theories and refined others. He was not a prophet handing down eternal truths, but a scientist and a storyteller, trying to map a territory that was, and still is, largely unknown. As sleep draws nearer, it's worth remembering that Freud's greatest gift may not have been his answers, but his questions. He taught us to wonder about dreams, about slips of the tongue, about the strange logic of grief and desire. He showed us that the mind is not a machine to be fixed, but a story to be explored, full of twists and turns, shadows and light. And so, as the night deepens, let the myths soften into something more human, more forgiving. Let the caricatures fade, and in their place, imagine a man sitting in a quiet study, listening, always listening to the whispers of the unconscious, to the echoes of history, to the murmurs of his own imperfect heart. His work was never meant to be a final word, only an opening, an invitation to keep exploring, to keep dreaming. And as you drift toward sleep, you might find comfort in the thought that understanding, like rest, does not always come in a single moment, but in slow, patient fragments, a dream half remembered, a feeling that lingers at the edges of awareness, a question that waits, gentle and persistent, for the light of another day. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. As we come to the close of this quiet reflection on the life of Siegmund Freud, let us imagine him not as an icon, not as a towering figure of intellect, but simply as a man, one who sat in his study, surrounded by books and curios, listening to the hidden stories of the mind. His life was long, spanning nearly 8 decades, and within those years, he wove a tapestry of ideas that still lingers in our thoughts today, like the faint scent of old paper or the quiet hum of a distant conversation. Freud was born in a small town in Moravia, then part of the Austrian Empire, in 1856. His early years were filled with the ordinary rhythms of childhood, though even then, his curiosity was deep, his mind restless. He moved with his family to Vienna, a city that would shape him as much as he would later shape it through the quiet revolutions of thought he set into motion. He studied medicine, became a neurologist, and slowly, almost without realizing it, began to chart the hidden landscapes of the human psyche. His greatest discoveries did not come in a single, blinding moment, but in slow, patient observations, listening to patients as they spoke of their dreams, their fears, their inexplicable pains. He realized that the mind speaks in symbols, in half-remembered fragments, in slips of the tongue that betray deeper truths. He gave us words like unconscious, repression, Oedipus complex, terms that have since seeped into everyday language, even if their original meanings have sometimes softened or blurred with time. Freud's legacy is not without its shadows. Some of his theories have been questioned, revised, even discarded. He was, after all, a man of his era, shaped by the assumptions and limitations of his time. Yet what endures is not the certainty of his conclusions, but the depth of his questions. He taught us to look beneath the surface, to listen for the whispers beneath our words, to recognize that even our strangest impulses might have meaning. Today, we remember him not as a prophet with all the answers, but as a guide who showed us how to ask better questions. His influence is everywhere, in the way therapists listen, in the way we talk about dreams, in the quiet understanding that our childhoods shape us in ways we may never fully grasp. He taught us that memory is not a fixed record, but a story we tell ourselves, one that shifts and changes with time. And though Freud himself has long since passed from this world, leaving it in 1939, as war loomed over Europe, his presence lingers. Walk through Vienna today, and you might still feel the echo of his footsteps, the weight of his thought. His old apartment, now a museum, holds his couch, his desk, the small statues he collected, objects that once bore witness to countless hours of listening, of wrestling with the mysteries of the mind. Perhaps the most comforting thought, as sleep draws near, is that Freud's work was never truly finished. He knew that understanding the mind was not a task for one lifetime, but for generations. He left doors open, questions unanswered, inviting others to step through, to explore further. In this way, his legacy is alive, still breathing, still evolving, just as our own minds do in the quiet hours before sleep. So let yourself drift now, carried by the gentle current of thought. Imagine Freud's study, the lamplight soft against the walls, the quiet rustle of turning pages. There is no urgency here, no demand for answers, only the slow, patient work of listening, of wondering. of dreaming. And as you settle deeper into rest, remember that even the greatest minds found their insights in moments of quiet, in the space between wakefulness and sleep. Perhaps tonight, as you float toward slumber, you too will touch some small truth, not with force, but with softness, like a hand brushing against a half-remembered dream. Let your breath slow. Let your thoughts soften. The questions will still be there in the morning, waiting, patient as ever. For now, just rest. The night is long, and understanding, like sleep, comes in its own time. Close your eyes and let the darkness hold you gently, as it has held so many dreamers before you. Sleep well,